All at one end, what ik heb ik deze doen. Hij naar wie GTA 5 kan spelen.
Roughly 8 months ago, I covered over 100 map changes within GTA Online. However, the vast majority of you were quick to point out the other changes like the statue at Vespucci Beach that I forgot to mention. This statue was changed very early on in GTA Online's lifespan, originally reflecting a piece of artwork from the Venice Beach, designed by D.
Oh my god! Terwijl ik heb nu een mail binnen. Gratis en... Oh mijn god, het gaat schelen met hoeveel geld ik nog moet. Hoeveel heb ik nou? Volgens mij heb ik...
Severo. This 60.5-foot, 25-ton oxidized steel I-beam structure was recreated within Grand Theft Auto 5. However, due to copyright reasons, it had to be replaced by the rusty sculpture that we...
Want niet al dat ik nu ineens heel veel nodig heb. Maar nee, ik snap het wel waarom niet. Nee. Eigenlijk is het dan handiger dat ik gewoon al die stukken daar heb. Om dan te plaaien met nog een keer. Dat kan ik wel doen. Dat moet ik daar even mee. Maar dan had ik ook niet verwacht. Ik zei alleen. Ja, dat kunnen binnenkort. Zo zei ik het ook op. Hij verwacht en hij een beetje gelijk heel fel reageert. En dan reageer ik natuurlijk ook zo terug.
You see there today. So, if you're ever wanting to see this statue in real life, unfortunately, you'll only be able to see the original one that was covered up in-game. Many viewers were also quick to point out another change early on in the San Andreas landscape, which was the removal of all the Confederate flags following an incident in South Carolina regarding a church shooting in June of 2015. Now, this flag has always had some controversy behind it, and at the time, it appeared Rockstar may have removed it to avoid criticism within the media following this tragic event. It's also interesting to note that the flag at the Lost MC was originally...
Holy shit! Fucking hoeveel? 7.1.7. Holy shit. Dat betekent dat je alle huizen gaat luisteren. Dat er al het geld in één keer. Oké, we hebben het duidelijk gezien. Dan kan je niet zo doen, zeg ik eigenlijk niet hoor. Als je het opzetten. Dan doen we de Truck Bell en we hebben en de Drug to Trade. Laten we dan maar doen. a selection item Christ. Nou, moet maar doen. Ina. We hebben alleen maar cash.
The display case in Mr. Rubio's vault will be a challenge. We need specialized plasma cutter to get through, but specialized means too easy to trace. And when you annoy a man such as Mr. Rubio, you do not wish to be traced. So we steal it. Mini Madrazo has given us information on a gang planning a very delicate robbery. They have stashed plasma cutter, and we have location on their safe house. Come, today we thieve from thieves. You know, Capitan, from the moment you entered my submarine, I knew I had found a kindred spirit. Someone who had climbed the mountain just to see if it could be climbed, yes? And more importantly, to see the vast amounts of money waiting at the top, huh? Well, to guess based on the lack of shooting and shouting, they are not home. That should work. Okay, give me a second. Aha, there you are. I will send you new location now. This time there was shooting, yes, but this is good news. Means you have the cutter. Now, just get it back here in one piece.
One Piece! Gotta get some out of hell! Give it up, ass! interview is dan bij de instant. Dat bijna. Vinger. Die hetzelfde doen als katten, maar dan niet schieten op het einde.
The fingerprint scanner in Mr. Rubio's office is very latest design. Normal hacking tools will be detected immediately and the whole place will be sealed. Our only chance is to acquire Mr. Rubio's fail-safe device, which can reconstruct his fingerprint in case of emergency. This and only this will allow us to hack the system. And to get it, we will need to find the mainland archives of this head of cybersecurity. Start by going to the GPS coordinates I have sent you. Now, do not get distracted in there. The fail-safe tool will be the size of a credit card. Probably it will have an antenna. Do you have the device? Get it out of there, quickly.
Capitan, what do you think Mr. Rubio is doing right now? If you listen very carefully on sonar, you can hear him screaming. Bye.
Zo niks zeggen.
Kut.
Dat vervelend.
The drainage tunnel then, Capitan. A clever approach, but with one problem. Stainless steel grate on the entrance. We will need cutting tools to get through this underwater. Many construction sites have them. Should be easy to find. Only one complication will be the armed guards. Apparently, such equipment is often stolen in this town.
Beautiful. Oh, hallo. Ik ben heel de koffie op. Hallo. Hallo. Hoi. Daar kan ik niet. Hey. Oh, hallo. Wacht even. Piet en Jan. Gaan met jullie. Deze pakken? Oh, ik heb deze nodig, jongens. Ja.
Do you have it? Bring it
Ik
back
wil
for
deze
safekeeping.
jongens, maar ik kan mijn pauze houden, dankjewel. Later, jongens.
Ours is a strange business, Capitan. We work so hard to get new weapons, vehicles, equipment, and then afterwards we destroy it all. The only way to be safe, not sorry, yes? We leave behind a single piece of the jigsaw. Mr. Rubio will finish it.
Ja, sorry, maar ik laat die boot van daar achter, hoor, dus als je het over hebt. Die wapen, ja oké, als je dat wil. Ik kan hem ook in mijn inventory houden, maar de rest kan je toch hier gewoon aan de boot laten.
Welcome back, Capitan. That was a masterclass in clandestine reconnaissance. And you have a tan, too, no? Now do business. Come over to the screen, and I will give you the door. Goodbye.
Oh yes, we hebben het niet met een where.
You know how important it is for weapons we use to be unmarked, untraceable. Otherwise, we leave one clue behind and Mr. Rubio will find us sooner or later. My suggestion? Make sure the clue leads into someone else. I have location of gang operating out of swanky office block who are bringing a nice little shipment of unregistered weapons. We go there, take them, and this covers our tracks. You are not far now. If you do not want to go through the main entrance, there will be quieter options If you cannot open it, try looking for their computer. Probably unlocks remotely.
Let's go. Oh shit, kom niet good man.
Did it work? Is the locker open? Okay, it's one thing to get them. It is another thing to keep them. Get ready. Acquiring all new weapons and tools, it is labor-intensive, Captain. Professionals such as us. Nothing to trace, nothing to lead trouble to your door. And when you offend a man such as Mr. Rubio, trouble will do its best to seek you out.
Er nog niet te gaan.
One of Mr. Rubio's smuggler crews has been caught. This is good news for two reasons. First, it will annoy him very much. Second, we can seize their boat and use it to approach the island as if we were one of his own. The police have not taken it to secure location yet. It is still on a trailer outside the station. We act quickly, we can just drive it away.
Total dead. What the shit do you think you're...
Nou, is de gratis vehicle bij die EA Plus hier shit. Ben je niet net? Ik heb natuurlijk meer normale gratis bedrijf. Maar gewoon een garage willen met die 10k, 100k verkopen. Ik denk het niet.
The boat is on the trailer. You need something to tow it. I have options for you. Coordinates are with you now.
Oh,
You got the truck? Good. Now just hook the trailer and go. I'm sure a vehicle such as this will have no trouble escaping the police.
Dit wel verschrikkelijk oplopen.
The police radio suggests that they are both angry and quite impressed.
Ga het wassen. Je bootje daar.
I have contacted the docks who will get the boat ready and keep it until the big day. Disguises are already arranged. Smugglers are very easy to impersonate. I love clandestine operations.
Road again. And then the TV road again.
So, Capitan, you will do the final stage of this operation alone? Or will you bring accomplices? Yes, you most
American
likely
film.
profit.
Today, it's been removed altogether and replaced with an ACU.
More of you to carry
Continuing on, not every change in today's video will be things that I missed, but rather things have also changed since the release of the previous video. Starting off with the 5 new bail offices, which changed the exterior of 5 different buildings. Many of these buildings only saw a slight change with signage and other minor labeling, such as the one in Toledo Bay. The one in Vinewood, however, also added some boarded up windows, likely as an easy cover-up for previous signage for the pill shop next door. Over in Mission Row at the most iconic bail office, the only change that's really noticeable is the sign on the building. Though you'll notice a dumpster and electrical box were also removed to make the area just a little bit cleaner and more accessible. Heading over to the Del Perro area, the bail office removed a dumpster to make way for the garage door, as well as a removed side entrance door, likely to avoid confusion when entering the building on foot. The biggest exterior change to a building came with the bail office located in Strawberry, which saw the entire front of the building extended outwards to cover up the previous company Tringo's carpets, which also led to the replacement of the signage on top of the building. Heading towards Rockford Hills, I had previously mentioned the addition of Record A Studios with their new signage and entryway. But at the time, I also failed to mention the massive change that took place on the roof. This change completely revitalized the roof, adding a pool, seating area, and lounge area for patrons within the building. And it's also interesting to note that I actually missed this pool in my pool ranking video. With the most recent update to GTA Online, we were able to finally purchase the Darnell Bros warehouse, which was last seen in story mode where Lester had set fire to the building itself, causing major damages. These damages have since been repaired, as the building we see today even has some minor changes, including the billboard on top, which has changed from a Space Rangers billboard to a Jack Howitzer billboard. The roof also saw a retexturing with the addition of a couch and lawn chairs for seating overlooking the city. These were accompanied by an extension to the roof on the eastern side of the building, which doubled as a roof entrance for the building itself. Coming all the way around to the front of the building, there was only one minor change, which was the addition of a ramp that allows us to access our vehicle garage within the building. And I think many people may not have noticed this ramp because it just didn't exist in the past, but we had no reason to go over here. Last week, I talked about the best garages in the game, and the Vinewood Boulevard garage is actually a new addition that made changes to the map and the building itself, and was one of the only garages to do so. Originally, the building had a massive for lease banner hanging on it and a bit of a dingy exterior. But with the update, there was a slight retexturing done with the slots on the front and a redesigned roof area to make another rooftop seating area. The other garage that made a difference in GTA Online was actually the GTA Plus membership exclusive locations, including the Vinewood Car Club located in the docks, which didn't change much on the exterior of the building, and the 100 Car Garage located just south of the city, which added minor changes to the garage door and entrance area as well. Now, everybody at this point knows that the casino used to have a completely different design and still does in story mode. However, there was a brief period of time prior to the casino DLC where construction equipment could be seen outside of the old casino entrance, and that the opening sign had been taken down. This was a good little hint that something big was coming. There was also a lot of minor changes that took place at the casino between the casino update and the casino heist DLC, including the addition of the music box, which nobody ever visits, as well as the addition of numerous security cameras and keypads inside the casino itself. A change we're mostly aware of, but no one really mentions, is the addition of vault blueprints on Agatha's desk, which is how you can get the ability to purchase the decoy vault in the arcade. Now, one place many people don't think of when talking about map changes is Puerto Rico. And although it's been through a lot of minor nerfs and changes over the years, there was one change to the physical map that many people may not recall. Along the main road between the entrance and the radio tower, the road used to be a completely clear way to travel, until the Tuners update, when they added a single camera along this road, making it ever so slightly more difficult to get to the radio tower, but now we just drive around it, so nothing changed. Another small change that occurred on the mainland from the first gen days to the PS4 and Xbox One days was the addition of a mineshaft interior, which never used to be in the game.
What?
Available within the game until the new consoles came into play. Another minor change that can be seen at 25 different locations around the map is the simple addition of jump energy skydive booths. Now, only a few of these appear every day, so they're not all active at the same time, but they did add a little something to the map. These are located at LSIA, La Puerta, Vespucci Canals, the Del Perro Pier, Little Sol, Pillbox Hill, La Mesa, the FIB headquarters, in Alta, the Rockford Hills, Bantam Canyon, Tonga Valley, Bay Tree Canyon, the Landak Dam, the Palmer Taylor Power Station, the Grand Senora Desert, the Sandy Shores Airfield, Zancudo River, Mount Josiah, Cassidy Creek, Mackenzie Field, Tokyo Beach, Alamo Sea, one on Mount Chiliad, and finally the last one in Pluto Bay. On a very similar note, the Junk Energy time trials for the Inductor cycle also added very minor changes, but unlike the skydive booths, only one of these shows up every day, and since I wasn't able to get footage for every single one based on the randomness of Rockstar's release cycle, I won't be able to show every single one, but here's an example. All the way back in December of 2019, we saw the addition of the Contract DLC, which brought the Motovani Santos radio station to the game. To promote this radio station, numerous billboards near Eclipse Boulevard were changed to feature the logo of the new radio station. These were featured within the game for roughly 6.5 months until they were removed in late July of 2021. Some other billboards that I noticed in my billboard ranking video that changed throughout story mode include the Ron billboard, which is changed to moronic and adds the words polluting beaches. And then there's a few Maze Bank billboards, which are changed to say Maze Balls with the words investment division covered over with a foreclosure sticker. Now these all change at some point through the story and single player, but I'm not exactly sure. A very interesting change that I noticed during my runway ranking video during ranking test was the fact that the LSI runways have been rebuilt from 30R and 30L to 33R and 33L. I'm not entirely sure why this change was implemented, as I learned that the numbers on a runway correlate to its degree from north, and 30 would be correct under this rule set, as would every other runway in the game. That is, of course, until this change was implemented online, making the LSIA runways incorrect. Now, way back in the days of PS3 and Xbox 360, many places saw reduced props as an attempt to make the game run smoother in an online setting. This is similar to the missing fountains mentioned at the beginning of the last video. Some other minor changes include the red poles near the fire hall in El Rancho. Alongside these numerous poles and a single fire hydrant, this area is a lot more open and online after having all of these entities deleted. There are also many counts of construction equipment having gone missing around the map and online. One that many people are a bit more aware of is along the freeway just northeast of the city near the Mission Row Hospital, where a broken barrier is blocked off in story mode, but is left completely open in online. The largest construction equipment change is located just north of the Vinewood Hills, where numerous cones and some signage were removed to make the area more easily traversable and online. The last change I want to rapid fire our way through is the addition of the LS tag posters. Alongside numerous locations where you can pick up spray cans as a minor change to the map, there are also 30 posters that can cycle through the map spawns every day, similar to the junk energy changers. These billboard-style posters are located all around the map and only spawn 5 each day. Since I have a moment while these images show up on screen, I wanted to remind everyone that next Saturday I'm ranking all of your community jobs, where you can submit them over on my Discord using the link in the description. Any races, preferably jobs, anything like that, I will be playing them on stream with viewers and ranking them to see who gets the best jobs. My weekly streams on YouTube and Twitch are a great way for us to connect as a community and for you to chat with me directly. Now, I know there's a lot of extremely minor prop changes from story mode to online and just in online over the years. An example of a really minor change that I didn't really want to touch on is the addition of single props for specific delivery missions, such as the Astrolab deliveries where crates are added at drop-off points. So as much as I'd love to continue rambling on about every single little tiny change like this, I think it's best if we leave this series for more major changes, and if there's any that I still haven't covered in either of these two videos. In the 3,854 days since GTA 5's release, Rockstar Games has given us 44 DLCs, and some have definitely been better than others. But throughout the years, the map of San Andreas has seen many minor and major changes to its map. So let's break down 100 map changes most players never noticed, from oldest to newest. Going back to the beginning, the first differences noticed between GTA Online and GTA Story Mode was with numerous lobbies of apartments and garages, such as Eclipse Towers or Alta Street. Just take a look and you'll find numerous other examples. The next is honestly probably a mistake on Rockstar's part, but this fountain in Rockford Hills just doesn't exist in Online. But neither does this one in Paleto Bay, so who knows how many other fountains or things we've just lost to the abyss. Now, a few weeks ago, I ranked every gas station in GTA 5, and I gave Grapeseed a really bad rating because they don't have any gas pumps. They were removed in Online. They aren't there. After the initial release of Online, it took more than 2 years for any more changes to take place in the map. And the first DLC to make any further changes was the Lowriders DLC, with the addition of Benny's Motorways. And as you can see along the shop itself, the whole alleyway got a fresh breath of artistic life. In 2016, the Finance and Felony update brought CEO offices, which had always been in the game, but now had interiors and garages. The biggest kicker was the Arcadius building, as it didn't have a garage entrance, and that was added after the fact, as seen here. One of the largest updates for map additions was the gun running update, which introduced 11 bunkers to the map, including the Kumash bunker, the Lago Zancudo bunker, the Paleto Forest bunker, the Raton Canyon bunker, which is one of my favorites, the Grapeseed bunker, the Route 68 bunker, the Grand Senora Oil Fields bunker, and the Grand Senora Desert bunker, the Smoke Tree Road bunker, the Thompson Scrapyard bunker, and the Farmhouse bunker, which each added their own bunker entrance to the map. Later that same year, the Doomsday Heist was released, which added 9 more buildings in the game to the form of facility entrances. These included the Paleto Bay facility, the Mount Gordo facility, which removed a perfectly good campsite, the Sandy Shores facility, the Zancudo River facility, the Grand Senora Desert facility, the Lago Zancudo facility, the Route 68 facility, the Ron Alternatives Wind Farm facility, and the Land Act Reservoir facility, which also added a cute little bridge for easy access. However, many people forget this isn't all the Doomsday Heist added to the map. Just north of the prison, there was a small change added to one of the satellite dish structures, as well as the hidden bunker entrance to the tunnel that goes to the children, which really only added 3 electrical boxes, but we know what's behind. Lastly, Rockstar also added the missile hatch to the top of City for the Doomsday After. In 2018, we are given the After Hours DLC, which made changes to 10 buildings, turning them into raving wing. Locations including the downtown Vinewood nightclub, the West Vinewood nightclub, the Del Perro nightclub, the Vespucci Canals nightclub, the Strawberry nightclub, the Mission Road nightclub, the La Mesa nightclub, the Cypress Flats nightclub, the LSIA nightclub, and the forgotten Elysian Island nightclub. The only other change we saw that year was with the signage on the Maze Bank Arena, literally working the Amber,
Innocent taxi drivers,
which honestly,
torturing civil rights campaigners,
arguably the largest change to take place in San Andreas was in 2019, when the Be Lucky Los Santos Casino rebranded and transformed into the Diamond Casino Resort, an upgraded external design that finally removed that eyesore it used to be from the map. Though the parking lot did lose a lot of parking spots with the change. However, with the casino's income came another prime opportunity for a heist, which brought Lester Crest out of retirement. This added arcades, which served as base for operations for planning said heist. These arcades included Pixel Pete's, Wonderama, 8-Bit, Insert Coin, Videogeddon, and the Warehouse Arcade, which that's a really boring name. After that, it took another year and a half for any more changes to be introduced. And the first change could be argued that it doesn't really count for this list. Cayo Perico was the first major map expansion, though it is kind of a map on its own, so you can decide below if this counts as the biggest map change, or if it was just its own map entirely. A few months later came the Tuners DLC, which added 5 auto shops to the game, and they were located in Burton, La Mesa, Mission Row, Strawberry, and Rancho, and they all had some sort of facelift upon opening. The Tuners DLC also added the LS Carmi, which didn't change much on the outside of the building aside from some graffiti, but did add a small start-finish line on the road. Fast forward to 2021, it was probably the biggest year for map changes in GTA Online, introducing over 30 things to the map. Some changes were much more noticeable, such as the Cars of Franklin's house and his pool area, or the Record A Studios building, which mostly just saw new signage, and the same could be said for LD Organics. The Contract DLC also added 4 new agencies, which all saw the addition of their own brand new helipad, from the Hallwick Agency's beautiful design to the likes of the Rockford Hills Agency, the Vespucci Canals Agency, or the Little Seoul Agency. Each one had space made and a new helipad added, and each one of them scored well in my official helipad ranking video last week. Yet this DLC also brought a very minor yet volumetric change, which is the addition of 32 new payphones, which were added around the map for payphone assassination missions. Some were minor changes, such as the design of the phone booth itself, while others removed or replaced other props such as pillars, air pumps, or AC units and more. But while we look at all the fancy new payphones, I wanted to take a moment to let you know that 93% of my viewers in the last 3 months are not subscribed. That's around 474,000 people, which means I would have had to rank every single tree in GTA 5 all the way back on January 17th, which is when we would have hit the 100,000 subscriber mark required for me to make that video. So as much as I hate to admit it, that goal is entirely possible if everyone hit that button down below. But they're not going to do that. Anyway, here are the last few phone booths, and we'll get to other map changes. Ready? Let's go. In 2022, Simeon's dealership opened up, which gave us a slightly new look, but not as big of a facelift as Luxury Autos, which had a decent little glow up that summer. The last change in 2022 was the Freak Shop, which just got some new graffiti, and it was kinda lame, just like the DLC that came with it. The most recent change we had was last year, with the addition of salvage yards. All 5 salvage yards are called Reds. However, the Toledo Bay salvage yard was called Reds even before the DLC. The other salvage yards had different names and were located in Sandy Shores, Murrieta Heights, Strawberry, and La Puerta. There are probably way more changes than even I missed, and who knows what else could change or be added for GTA 6 in this summer's big DLC. Perhaps we could even be able to own some of the vehicles that Rockstar never let us have. But they could just give us the Mile High Club, and scrap the missions on the building and give us a new building.
I've been thinking about this a lot over the past couple days. I genuinely didn't expect Rockstar to pull the trigger on something like this so late into GTA Online's life cycle. After 12 years of begging, joking, memeing, and shouting into the void about mansions, luxury living, It finally feels like Rockstar hit the big red button and basically said here, well, here you go, live the dream. A safe house in the hills is honestly shaping up to be one of the more ambitious lifestyle updates GTA Online has ever had, and to me, it immediately grabbed my attention in a way that the last few years of DLC kind of haven't. I've enjoyed them all. We've built all sorts of different empires here. We've been stacking money. We've run every single business in Los Santos. But the fantasy of owning a true billionaire-style mansion has always been completely out of reach of us until now. And before diving deeper into everything that this update represents, I'll just say this up front. I have a full breakdown video covering every detail, all of the new features and content, the customization options, potential mission structure, the business boosts we're getting, and all of the hidden bonuses and benefits. But today, I kind of wanted to celebrate with you guys how big this moment actually is. The community and the players have waited a very long time for something like this, and seeing Rockstar finally open the gates on the Mansion Fantasy is a reminder of how powerful this game can still be when they actually lean into what players have always dreamed of. 3 massive luxury estates across Tongva Hills, Richmond, and Vinewood Hills is going to bring here a level of excess that actually feels earned for longtime players and veterans out there. These aren't simple apartments with a new paint job or interior, right? These are completely sprawling properties loaded with new amenities people have been imagining for nearly a decade. Private rooftop helipads, we have an indoor car podium to display our Flexmobile, a vaulted trophy room, an actual secure vault itself maybe to showcase and visualize the amount of money we earn, a media room, a lounge, one of my favorites, a cigar room, a salon for the ladies, a massive outdoor deck area. You have a yoga spot, a pool, a hot tub, kennels for pets, just like Red Dead Online has pets, and completely redesigned luxury garage space that might honestly be one of the nicest interior spaces that Rockstar has ever created for vehicles. And every single part of these properties here feels designed to finally give players that, quote unquote, I made it moment in the game that we've been building toward all of these years of play. The AI Concierge is also one of the more wild additions, I think, and it kind of adds some unexpected personality to the package here. Each property is going to come with an AI assistant that seems like it can take on different personas. It's going to be able to manage some of your businesses, boost production with some businesses, and also help handle tasks around the estate itself. Rockstar actually leaning into this kind of world-building detail here shows an understanding of the fantasy behind these mansions. Players want more than a house with this update. They actually want the lifestyle that comes with it. All of the optional upgrades, including the armory, the vehicle workshop, the retro arcade machines. We even have a private security team that's going to be patrolling the grounds and maybe even more. This is all going to take things even further. And so whether you want to live like sort of a refined Vinewood mogul or just a paranoid crime boss who outfits this property like a compound, which is what I want to do, the options are super, super impressive here, especially for this late in the game's life cycle. And then there's Michael. Bringing him back again for another major story beat immediately elevates this update, in my opinion. His entire character is built with that Vinewood Mansion aesthetic, so seeing him return during a luxury real estate update hits the perfect nostalgic chord for me. It opens the door for a new mission chain or even a VIP-style narrative arc similar to the Dr. Dre update. I feel like that's a big adjacent update and a big parallel here. And considering the tone that Rockstar is going for with the trailer, it wouldn't be surprising if these missions lean into very flashy setups. You get the Hollywood crime vibes, maybe even some sort of high-end heist appearance, even if it is just a mission set, not an actual heist. Either way, the idea of Michael stepping back into the chaos of GTA Online feels like Rockstar tipping their hat to one of the most iconic characters the franchise has ever produced, and then there's a sense that this could be a meaningful moment for longtime fans. I feel like players have wanted Michael for a while. It's kind of strange how everyone thought the DLC was going to be bad just off the first trailer, and now that Michael's in it, even if he's just going to be here for a cutscene or two, it's the best thing ever, but either way, it is what it is. And GTA 6 is officially delayed until November the 19th of 2026, and so this update is going to stand out even more because it has the scale and the energy of a true send-off DLC, that kind of big celebratory expansion that you release when you're closing one chapter of a game and preparing for the next. And so if the original timeline held up here, this probably would have been the big bang before the transition to a new era. And honestly, even with the delay, it might still fill that role. We may still get a summer DLC. I personally believe it. We usually do, and I think we'll continue to get updates before GTA 6 until that game actually comes out. But there's something definitive about finally pulling the trigger on mansions, pets, AI assistants, business boosts, and Michael's return all at once in one DLC. It feels like a culmination for me. This whole update kind of taps back into the fantasy that made GTA Online special in the first place. Over the years, we've gotten a lot of grind-heavy, business-oriented content, and while those systems are important here, they don't really spark excitement for players the same way this lifestyle update is going to do. Mansions, high-end customization, we have some luxury living, character-driven missions, it appears. This is all going to bring the game back to that larger-than-life crime world that players connected with early on. And this is also the kind of content that players imagine when they picture GTA Online after the success of GTA 5 Story Mode. Sort of that over-the-top billionaire criminal experience, but this time fully and 100% realized. There's also a renewed sense of momentum in GTA Online that I've seen over the past couple days that honestly hasn't been present for a long time. This game has had several updates every year, sure, and personally, again, like I said at the beginning, I've been loving the more recent ones with the types of DLC premise where there's actual active content and missions to grind for cash, rather than just passive business simulating, which we got basically all the way up until the Cayo Perico heist. But when you look back over the last 4 years or so, the last truly massive DLC, the last one that felt like a cultural moment for us, was the Contract with the Dr. Dre update at the end of 2021. That was also the last time the whole community simultaneously stopped what they were doing, logged into the game, and treated an update like a real event here. The Contract DLC felt super fresh, it connected to the GTA 5 story, and it brought in a headline celebrity and pushed the game forward in a really meaningful way. And since then, I think we've had solid updates, fun additions, and honestly really good quality of life improvements, especially when you consider most people and most resources are going to GTA 6, but nothing on this scale since the Contract. Nothing that reached out and grabbed the player base by the collar the way these mansions, pets, especially Michael, luxury living, and these brand new mission systems are doing right now, even to people who haven't been playing for a while. It's really cool to see. Seeing Rockstar deliver something of this size again, this far into the game's lifespan, I think is really healthy for the community in a way that numbers and patch notes can't really capture. You know, we have the morale, we have the energy. It's kind of a reminder here that GTA Online, honestly, still has gas left in the tank, even as we creep toward GTA 6. It brings the longtime players back, or the longtime players who stopped playing a while ago. It sparks excitement in the casuals, which is a huge part of the current player base, and it gives the economy of the game a reason to move again. Big updates motivate players to grind, experiment, explore, and actually log in with a sense of purpose rather than routine. You feel that everyone's playing again buzz that only really happens when Rockstar drops something absolutely major, and honestly, I think the timing is perfect. With GTA 6 delayed to 2026 and November in specific, the worst thing that Rockstar could have done here was coast through the next year on complete autopilot. Delivering this tentpole DLC shows a real commitment here. It tells the player base that they're not just babysitting the game until the next title releases. Rockstar is still very much so building here, they're refining, and they're giving us some really good reasons to care again. In a weird way, honestly, this update feels like Rockstar taking stock of everything GTA Online has become over the last decade and saying, here's the best version of the lifestyle you've built. It's celebratory, it's indulgent, it's going to be really expensive. It's everything the community's been manifesting for years, and when a game this old can still have moments where the entire community collectively parks up and goes, okay, this is actually sick, it speaks to a strength of the foundation that they built back in 2013 with the original Online. Major DLC doesn't really just add content, right? It reaffirms longevity as well at the same time, and it shows that GTA Online is more than alive right now. It's still capable of evolving, it's still meaningful, players are driven to experiment with different content and just enjoy new things that get dropped into the game. So again, whether or not this ends up being the final major expansion before GTA 6 takes over, this DLC sends a strong message regardless. Rockstar still knows how to deliver something memorable, something with scale, something worth talking about, and because the game is over 12 years old, that means we are technically in year 13 of the game. I think that's insane. It's extremely rare to see games last this long. Most live service titles don't survive this long, let alone thrive, let alone drop updates of this caliber still, and a Safe House in the Hills feels like a huge statement piece. A reminder that GTA Online still has the ability to surprise people and get them excited again. And if this is the beginning of a long runway into GTA 6, starting off with mansions, Michael, and the return of that cinematic, aspirational GTA energy, then honestly, this is a pretty incredible way to set the tone. So with that said, I'd love to hear your thoughts on kind of what you're expecting with this DLC. I mean, I didn't really expect something major until we got the second trailer. I thought it was still going to be cool to get the mansions, but players seemed like crazy disappointed at first just based off that first teaser. Meanwhile, that's all it was a teaser. Now we have the official trailer, the official news wire, the mission sets. As long as it pays good money, I mean, I think this is going to be a really cool DLC. I'd love to hear from you guys down in the comment section below. Hopefully you all enjoyed the video here today, and if you did, hopefully I earned your like on it. And of course, if you are new to my channel and you want to stay up to date with all the best GTA Online, Red Dead Online, and Rockstar Games content, please consider hitting that subscribe button so you don't miss out on a single thing we post here on the channel. We consistently talk about updates, news, information, tips, tricks, and even leaks, and I will keep you guys updated here on the channel daily. So make sure you hit that subscribe button. We're going to be going crazy for the Safe House in the Hills Mansion and Michael DLC. Also, if you want to check me out over on Twitch, Twitter, and Instagram, those are the best places to get connected with me outside of YouTube. You're more than welcome to reach out to me there and ask me any questions you have. You can follow me on all of my social medias at Hazardous HDTV, and all of my social media links can be found in the description down below. Again, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for your support. I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your weekend, and I will see you guys in the next GTA Online video tomorrow. Adios, amigos.
You're gonna want to keep your head down when you get inside, and the place will have cops all over it. Technically, they're already all over it, so if you can get the vehicles out of there without a gunfight, that would be the best case scenario.
What the fuck?
Might need to move some of the other cars out of the way first.
Let's go.
away from me, fool!
Wat? Dat achterlijk spannen nu is het gelijk die spannen. Nu kan je het doen.
I feel like going to a movie. You know you need to stop. Hey, boo.
Deze is het blijkbaar. Wel als ze hebben nu alle vehicles daar dingen.
You got nowhere to go! Officer down! Holy shit! Take cover! Sacred goddamn! I need cover! What the fuck? Die, asshole!
What the fuck was that? Wat is dit om wat? Nog even rijden over een houten.
The old Group 6 con. Why do I love saying that? Now, if you're keeping count, we still need outfits, security passes, and the plate of an armored car, which is on the casino's roster. I've got the location of where Group Sec store their trucks. Get over there and snap an image of the right plate so we can copy it. Looks like Duggan's security team is there. Must be discussing the next shipment. Keep your head down quietly. Make your way to the casino stockade. It's the white and black one. Grab a pic of the plate on the rear of the truck and send it over to me.
Need it back.
Uh-oh, you've been made. Maybe they aren't as stupid as they look.
The fuck's the day for me?
Drop it! Let's go!
Tidy work. Now grab the bags of equipment from the back of the armored car and make a break for it. Good luck.
Set up in Istanbul. Wat moet ik nog doen? Vault-key. Die moet ik nog doen. De vault-keys, nee, die pak je wel.
Okay,
Alle
I know you
vault-keys
chose the big
maar
con.
dan moet je
You
normaal
can't charm your way through a vault door. We're in luck though. There's a professional crew robbing a bank using the exact heavy-duty hand drills we need. Like, right now, as we speak. And the cops have been notified, so get over there and get those drills as quickly as you can. You got it. Small, but powerful enough to wreck the innards of a highly durable vault locking mechanism. Make your way back to planning immediately.
You got nowhere to go. Fuck you, Benzie! Fucking bum! Shit! Reloading! Fall back, y'all!
is niet super wat regelen. Colony game. Hey, the target was diamonds.
When it's showtime, we're gonna need 2 key cards to get into the vault access tunnel. Luckily for you, I know where to find them. Locations for 2 of the Duggan's goons are with you now.
Dingen zitten in de gebouwen niet.
If my intel's correct, which it usually is, one of them will be in that motel having a swell old time. Burst in and surprise him with his pants down and get the key card.
Bro, motherfucker. Yeah.
Nice, you got one. Now get the other. The little birdie tells me this guy's drunk as a skunk and he smells even worse. But at least he's not driving home. Catch him as he staggers down the street and steal his key card.
Wow. Dit stinkt niet meer. Ik word sterven daar.
Great, you've got them both. No need to drop that off. Hold on to it for now, and we'll use it next time you come back to the planning room.
Nu hebben we alles wat we in principe nodig hebben voor de heist.
take a look. Oh, the meal. Oh my god. Kijken. De armor shipment doen. En de level 2 pas en de rest.
Okay. It is time to even out the odds a little. Duggan wants his guards armed to their big buck teeth, but we can cut off their supply. He's got a bunch of weapons and equipment shipments coming into the city. Get out there and destroy as many as you can.
Apa benda tujuh ni kan?
I love explosions.
We zitten nog in de job. Weet je wat, we kunnen het kijken. Oh nee, nee. Nou, ze hebben geen shirt.
Hey there. Won't find that in ammunition. Ha! That's new stock. Fresh out of the box. That's, black market only. Mm-hmm. I like how you're thinking. Do it once, do it right, right? When it's gone, it's gone. Got it. Sold. Hell of a price, huh? Won't be here forever. That was only released a little while ago. Only sold by yours truly. Good shit. Spread the word. Guaranteed to turn heads before you blow them off. Thank you. You didn't see me.
Die ene kan wel wat verpassen worden. We kunnen ook de power drills meepakken als we toch met vuur zitten. Kunnen we eigenlijk ook, ja.
Okay, Croupiers at the Diamond carry security passes to get them, or us, through level 2 doors. I've identified a soft target spending their day off in a haze of booze and drugs. Sending you the location now. Okay, the croupier is somewhere in this mess. Just blend in with the partygoers while I try to identify him. Oh, and by blending in, I mean, I don't know, get a drink, dance, or something. Just avoid lingering too close to people you don't know. Stranger danger.
Hey, how are things?
Hiya. You good?
Hey, how's it going?
Fish washer.
What's good with you, sweetie? Hiya. You good?
How's it going? Things going okay? How are ya? Hey,
Yeah.
things going okay?
One at the party now, right?
Hi.
What's up?
How's it going?
Here we go. Found their Life Invader profile pic. Use it to find them. Ha-ha! Someone had a bit too much, something. This is easier than I thought. Get the pass before they wake up.
Hello.
Damn it! Where's the pass? The idiot must have dropped it somewhere around there.
Oh.
No need to drop that off. Hold on to it for now, and we'll use it next time you come back to the planning room.
Okay. Man. What's going on? Let's go fly, boys. I've got the new bacon.
Hey, it's your...
ga dat best doen.
Okay, we're going after some big power drills. They won't get us into the vault, but they might help us with the safety deposit boxes when we're in there. Should be easy, right? Head to this construction site and see if you can find some. I'd send you to a hardware store, only we don't want these coming up on a shark card statement. You might want to blend in while walking around there, just in case these guys clock you're not paying your union dues.
How's it going, man?
Zo goed,
Hey!
Met de gun already out. Het is er niet een beetje over gezeten. Dat is wel wit. Ik denk ik zit daar uitstappen. Dat is het. Nee, dat kan niet zeggen. We proberen een backflip te doen. Dat is niet gelukt. Nog steeds. Waar is het niet? Oh ja. Hello there! Hoi,
How's it
good morning.
going?
Yeah. Come with
How's
you.
it going?
Oh, wat gebeurt er? Ja, very good met you, met you. Hoop zo, hoop zo.
Hi!
Hallo. Oh, fuck. Ik heb deze drill even nodig. Ik moet even zijn ze allemaal behalve die auto.
So, what was it? Oh yeah, we're going after the guard patrol routes. These dumb cowboys actually keep hard copies, so you're just popping the trunk of a security guard's car and photographing the roster. See what you can find in the trunk. You could have done this clean. Now you're gonna have to get dirty. Deal with them.
Oh boy,
Take that shithead down! You piece of shit!
dat is de cabrio die al. Reken maar niet maken. Kom maar jongen.
Send it over and get yourself out of there. Got it. Now get out of there.
We hebben nu denk ik al voor die huis zetten. We gaan nu naar de Dr. Dre contract. Let's go.
Got those 2 kills right at the end right there. So that's all you got to do. Just make sure the yacht defenses are alerted. You know, you alert the yacht to your to do this is absolutely because you won't know where to go otherwise. I don't think the mission will. And I time my lap time with all the different cards. I only have a choice of using the entire clip. Enemies you really have to worry about or anything.
In GTA 5, you can rob convenience stores, fight off cops, and revive.
Did telling Abby and Sam that you violently f***ed off to them change the dynamic?
Ah, the life of luxury in Los Santos. Penthouse views, rooftop pools, and the finest interiors that money can buy. But not every home in GTA 5 screams success. Located in Grapeseed, this small single-family home is the pinnacle of rural retail living. But then again, they also say that this house is all about location, location, location. So buckle up, because whether you're living the high life or you're still stuck in a shoebox, it's time to find out which home truly deserves all of El Rubio's hard-earned cash. Now, some of you might be worried about budget, but don't fret, because beggars can be choosers with this waterfront property in Sandy Shores. Being another low-end property, it's important to mention that every low-end apartment has an identical interior with spotless kitchens, new carpets, furnished bedrooms, and modern bathroom vanities. But in all seriousness, it also means they have the same shitty view of a distant, low-rendered Mount Chiliad with no detail. However, this angle doesn't make any sense for this particular home. Heading north, we have a much nicer house in Paleto Bay. However, this beauty is only on the outside, as the inside is still the same shitty layout that needs serious work. It did score better in the location category, as it does double as a spawn point all the way up north. Changing gears from small town houses to big city apartments, we head to 2057 Vespucci Boulevard Apartment 1. Aside from the building looking dingy and the garage being partially blocked by shrubbery, this apartment also comes with 3 roommates, as the listing description says. Bring your imagination and an exterminator. In 54th, we have the mid-range apartment of Royal, the Royale Apartment 19, which might just be a stage, because despite this having a nice walkway and a snazzy name, the front door defies physics. It opens in a reverse way. I'm just going to drive up to it, but okay. What did the door just do? What did the door just do? Which is one of the many things we discovered earlier this week on a live stream where I purchased every single apartment, all 58 of them, just so I could get a closer look at them and see what the views were like. 12 Sustancia Road is another mid-range apartment, meaning, like the Royale, it has a slightly nicer interior compared to the low-end ones. Featuring a cleaner and more open concept design, this interior has no view, with the exception of the shadow of a tree that doesn't even exist. 12 Sustancia Road is also an affordable location located all the way down in El Burro Heights. 1561 San Vita Street, Apartment 2 is actually 1564, according to the number on the outside of the building. But again, this is basically your bog standard bedroom with 4 walls and a garage. And it goes back to the low-end interior. At least the view kind of makes sense here, distance-wise. 2143 Los Angeles Boulevard, Apartment 9 is basically the same as per scoring, with the same interior, similar price, comparable appearance, and identical views. However, the description is what bumped this into 51st. What this Hawick apartment lacks in space and all-around condition, it makes up for in proximity to the local liquor store. Drown yourself in debt and your sorrows. Now that makes me want to buy the house. Similarly located next to an ammunition, liquor store, Up and Adam, and a wigwam, 1237 Prosperity Street, Apartment 21 also offers close proximity to the cemetery. One downside I had was how your car spawns when you leave the apartment garage. Oh, this is a weird angle to put me out of the garage. Moving on to the cheapest apartment in the entire game, 112 South Rockford Drive, Apartment 13 has a semi-partial ocean view. So, again, it might not be the best place to brag about, but given today's housing prices, maybe just owning a bed is something to brag about. Heading back towards Del Perro, we have 1115 Boulevard Del Perro, Apartment 18, which is our second best low-end apartment, which looks cleaner on the outside than it is on the inside, and has questionable access points, which wasn't helpful. 604 Los Lagunas Boulevard, Apartment 4 takes us back into the mid-range apartments, but has the worst access to the game. Sure, the garage is accessible from inside the building, but the front door is in the back, and on a totally different level from the garage, meaning it requires you to walk all the way around the entire building just to travel from the outside of the garage to the outside of the door. Heading back up north, 4584 Procopio Drive in Paleto Bay has a great yard and a 6-car garage, being across the street from the ocean. Though it still only has the view of the blinds with the shadow of the tree, so that doesn't really matter. Dream Tower is a lot cleaner and located closer to downtown with access to this building. On the contrary, despite being on the 15th floor, you still get that same sad shadow of a tree in your window, which makes no sense. Hey, Dark Viper, I hate to do this to you, but I gotta dox you. This you? 0069 Cougar Avenue, Apartment 19 may not be the best apartment, but since it's home to this famous Australian, it does make it the best low-end apartment in the game. It also has a great description and even sets a goal for that. This fixer-upper offers stunning views of the cemetery to at once remind you of your mortality and motivate you to get your act together and buy a better apartment one day. But the real question is, are there cougars on Cougar Avenue? 504 South Mo Milton Drive is your baseline mid-range apartment, being just as bland on the inside as it is on the outside. 325 South Rockford Drive is the same story, just barely sneaking into 42nd because of its nice exterior design and newer coloring. The front entrance, however, is located on the opposite side of the building from the garage entrance, which is an annoyance. Now, although it's not even in the top half of apartments, 605 Spanish Avenue Apartment 1 probably has the best descriptions. This newly renovated one-bedroom in downtown Vinewood is a steal. Hurry, this one won't last. It did last. 10,000 price reduction. Crazy value. Move now, the price is right. Everything's negotiable. Motivated seller. Reduced again for quick sale. Oh, will someone just buy this already? 4401 Procopio Drive is our last property located outside of the city, being the best ranked house in Blaine County's northern regions, mostly just due to its accessible yard and rustic feel. When I first drove up to 1162 Power Street Apartment 3, my first thought was, where's this? Oh, we're right near the skate park, so that's cool. Which apparently was exactly what the realtor was thinking. 184 Milton Road, Apartment 13, is the last of the boring and bland apartments. Though it has a nice exterior and decent location, it again doesn't have any view whatsoever. But first, we need to take a detour south of the city to 115 Bay City Avenue, Apartment 45, which is the one and only waterfront property in the entire game. Now, it may not be the prettiest apartment complex, however, this location right off the boat docks and a short walk from the beach is hard to beat. Now moving into the high-end side of apartments that we can buy, we'll see apartments with open interiors, updated interiors, stilt houses with various layouts, and even some customizable penthouses. However, there's still one mid-range house that we haven't seen yet, and you'll be surprised to see just how high it's scored. Starting in the Del Perro Heights building, Apartment 4, we have this nice sneak peek just across from Mills Bay West. Having an updated interior, this apartment's layout is all on one floor, with windows on just one side of the building. However, the updated interiors have been deemed as a worse alternative to the regular interior, so that actually hurt its score a lot. Hillcrest Avenue is no stranger to stilt houses, and 2862 is unfortunately the worst of the lineup. Despite having a nice orange wood color scheme, its almost great view downtown is off angle and has a big tree obstructing the view, which might be good if you're a bird. Just a few houses down, 2868 might look more bland on the outside, but its clear view of the skyline and Eclipse Towers is really nice. 2117 Milton Road is blatantly brown with a private front yard and a decent view. The only reason it got 33rd is because of the increased price. 4 Integrity Way is my choice of apartments, being located in the heart of downtown and close to the offices. However, Apartment 28 is by far the worst of the options in this complex. Having the horrible updated interior and a luxury view of the construction just north of the apartment, it's probably worth passing. 2113 Mad Wayne Thunder Drive continues to showcase the red stilt house interior with views facing downtown. There are plenty of trees and greenery in your view, but not obstructing it, which really makes the colors pop from your bedroom. Finishing off Hillcrest Avenue, we have this stilt house, which features a great view of Eclipse Towers again, but also boasts views of the city skyline from the kitchen, which isn't a bad view to do dishes to. 2044 North Conquer Avenue is the first stilt house we see with interior design number 2, the black and white design that also showcases a different staircase layout. This is actually my preference for the stilt houses, and I wish we were able to pick and choose between the two. 3655 Wild Oats Drive is the first of only 2 houses you can own that give you access to your own private pool, located on the balcony with views of the distant downtown scene. Again, having the second interior design gives it a little bit more edge in this range. Finally entering the extremely popular Eclipse Towers for the first time in 27th place is apartment number 3, which is the worst option you could choose for a few reasons. 1, it has that lackluster, updated interior with limited views. 2, the view itself is of Vinewood Hills and isn't very far off the ground, meaning there isn't much to look at. And 3rd, there's just better options inside this building. Richards Majestic is a, well, majestic looking building that is very proudly labeled with its name. The building itself is stylish and bougie, but the updated interior once again makes apartment 2 the worst within this building. However, its view of the freeway and downtown was almost enough to salvage it. if only the other window didn't just point directly into the neighboring Weasel Plaza. 2874 Hillcrest Avenue has a covered carport area, which means for the short period where it snows, you wouldn't have to shovel. It also has the superior Stilthouse interior and a decent westward view. Circling back to Del Perro Heights Apartment 7, we once again have the same sleek building in the metro station. In this case, we have the regular and OG apartment interior, which just makes the space feel larger. However, you really have to embrace the view of that back alleyway being this low. Apartment 20, however, is located on a much higher floor, which was the sole reason this pricier option scored higher, since you aren't looking directly at the alleyway. Tinsel Towers has always been a mini version of Eclipse Towers to me, and it was my OG apartment back in the day. However, being shorter, many assume its views couldn't be as nice. However, with views of the downtown skyline from the kitchen, couch, and bedroom, it actually makes up for the updated interior, making it the best of that category. 3677 Wispy Mound Drive is located right down the road from Franklin. However, you may need to buy a chainsaw because there is that one tree that completely blocks the better half of your view. And I'm going to remember this when it comes to ranking all 32,000 of them, which will only happen if we hit 100,000 subs by the end of the year, which leaves you with roughly 1 month to make that happen. After that, the very idea of ranking any trees whatsoever will be completely out of the question. I'm never considering it again. So, 1 month, make it a break. 2045 North Conquer Avenue is my personal favorite and the highest ranked Stilthouse. It has a stylish design, isolated and private location with a view overlooking Vinewood Boulevard and the downtown skyline. One reason none of the Stilthouses place better than 20th is because there's no option to travel from the home to the garage without going completely outside. That being said, 2045 North Conquer Avenue actually has a detached garage, making this the only time that the missing feature actually makes sense. Weasel Plaza is located just across the street from Richards Majestic and is based on the real-life Nakatomi Plaza, which featured in the Die Hard movies. Apartment 26 is the lower of the two apartments in this plaza, and because of this, the view is fairly obstructed from the other building. Meanwhile, Apartment 70 has a different view being higher up and on the western side of the building, looking over Del Perro and reaching distance. On the north side, you also get a great view of the nameplate for the Richards Majestic building, just in case you couldn't afford an apartment in that building, but you really adore the building itself. In the city center, we head back to Floyd Integrity Way, specifically Apartment 30. With a private underground garage located around back, the access isn't ideal, and the view faces a bit of construction and directly into Acadia's building, which was for me having an office there. Moving up in the building, Apartment 35 has better views of the freeway, and on the other side of the building, the FIB and IA buildings, making this a good chunk better than the other apartments within the complex. Circling all the way back to Weasel Plaza, we head right to the top, at Apartment 101, which has a great view of downtown and everything else up the freeway. One thing that makes a little sense is the garage access for this building, as it is a detached parking lot, yet unlike the Stilthouses, you can still take an elevator. Eclipse Towers Apartment 31 is another standard layout with views facing north towards Vinewood Hills and west towards the golf course. Nothing too fancy. Transitioning to the first penthouse, which is also located in Eclipse Towers, Penthouse Suite 2 has the added benefit of offering unique cosmetic customizations and styling, though it isn't the best view, only overlooking Vinewood Hills and a little bit of the golf course. Finishing off Tinsel Towers, Apartments 45 and 29 have opposing views. 45 pulled the short straw, facing Eclipse Towers and the Brandon side of the distance. Though for only $63,000 more, you can buy Apartment 29, which faces the city and gives you a direct view of Los Santos Customs, so you can watch the nightly car meets from the comfort of your home. Breaking in the top 10, we head right back to Eclipse Towers for Apartment 5, which is even higher up and boasts a better view, again being on the less desired side of the building, which is unfortunate. For 9th place, we stay in Eclipse Towers and head to Penthouse Suite 1, which again has the customizable interior, which really adds to its desirability, and was enough to put it above Apartment 5, despite costing over twice as much and having a similar view. Okay, I feel like I'm getting whiplash just going back and forth between all the same buildings, but we gotta go back to Richards Majestic. Apartment 51 has the regular interior again, and does have windows facing Life Invader, the pier, and a distant view of the airport, which hasn't been offered much thus far. Back to Eclipse Towers, Apartment 9 overlooks Vinewood Boulevard, and has the same typical interior, which admittedly looks pretty boring after seeing the penthouses and looking at this layout for so long. The biggest setback is the massive crane that sticks out like a sore thumb. If only we were able to get this on a higher floor. Now, do you remember back when I said that there was one more mid-range apartment left? Well, despite only having a 6-car garage and that same semi-open concept layout with the tree in the window that doesn't even work, 4 Hagman Avenue still managed to place 6th. This simple bungalow features still house equivalent views at prices on par with 12 Saskatchewan Road all the way back to 1800. This house is probably the closest thing to a mansion that we can own and has been in the game for far longer than still houses. Having a patio, barbecue, backyard, fountain, and a private pool. It was impossible to get this without school. Moving on to 5th, we have a building that we haven't even visited yet. 3 Alta Street Tower, apartment 57, is on the southernmost end of downtown. Having the old exterior, this building offers a bean machine coffee joint and underground parking. As for the view, apartment 57 faces southwest, so you can see everything south of the city, whereas every other property has this part of the map obstructed. Eclipse Towers apartment 40 is the best regular apartment in the tower. Being higher up and facing downtown, it has all the benefits of apartment 9, but with less distractions from the crane. Earning a spot on the podium, 3 Alta Street Tower apartment 10 is higher up, and despite having one window facing the incomplete Mile High Club, the rest of the views face the interior of the city, which gives you a bird's eye view of the hustle and bustle, similar to the Maze Bank Tower office. Claiming silver, Richard's Majestic returns with apartment 4, and likely would have scored better if Weasel Plaza was just a smidge farther to the west. Regardless, it gives good views of the sunrise and is again located right off the freeway. One point I never mentioned about the Richards Majestic building that pisses me off is the fact that there's a revolving door out front and we don't even use it. Which means it's time to crown the best apartment in the entire game. And it should be no surprise that we're headed back to Eclipse Towers. Penthouse Suite 3 is the highest in the building, and again features the 8 unique interior options that even slightly change the layout, furniture, and color scheme. Lastly, the view is what really sealed the deal, giving you a flawless and unobstructed view of everything south of Vinewood Boulevard. The one big downside is the price. At $1.1 million, this is the priciest apartment in the game, but it's definitely staying in my property portfolio for the foreseeable future. There are 4 helicopters in GTA 5 that allow you to rappel to the ground rather than jumping and parachuting. To do this, you need to be a passenger in either the Annihilator, Annihilator Stealth, Maverick, or the Police Maverick. If a helicopter is held at a steady and reasonable height, you'll be prompted to rappel down from the side of the helicopter using a rope. This is one of many forgotten features in GTA Online, and today we're going to cover 15 useful features that nobody uses anymore. I also find it very odd that the rappelling rope disappears in the Rockstar editor. Not sure why that's the case, but it just doesn't exist. Keeping to the skies, it's fairly rare to see people utilizing the flight formation ability in both the MC and CEO menus. This feature allows the host of the business to fly a plane and turn on formation flying to allow their associates to match their speed, regardless of what plane they're in. For example, here you can see both a Bambushka and a Cuban keeping up with my Raiju. This is great for airplane sail missions where many people need to go to the same locations. On top of that, it also increases your health, armor, and repairs your airplane. The same feature is available for motorbikes on the ground, and although it's more commonly known, it's not as utilized. The Biker MC formation ability does the exact same thing for those on motorcycles, meaning that you can get your Fagio mod to go the same speed as your HSW Hakuchu Drag, or even your modified Reaver. Again, this also heals your character and adds armor, though surprisingly the feature isn't available when driving the police bike, and this might be because it's in the emergencies class and not the motorbikes class. While flying down the road at top speed, it can always be a nuisance to pause the game to set a waypoint at a new location, and that's where the quick GPS feature comes in. Now, I've not seen many people utilizing this for its intended purpose, despite being the first option in the interaction menu. The biggest problem here is that it just lists a whole slew of properties that take forever to scroll by to find what you're looking for. These include all of your personal garages, apartments, every type of store or mod shop, each of your businesses, and any other notable locations on the map. With that being said, if it's not one of the newest businesses or property you own, it's probably just quicker to use the map and set the waypoint manually. However, this feature has one other use, which is the ability to remove any waypoint without opening the map. This is very useful when your priorities change of where you might be going or what you might be doing, and I usually find myself clearing my waypoint using this method instead of opening the map. If you're looking for a fast way to travel around the map, the CEO Fast Travel Helicopter can be accessed via the CEO interaction menu or by calling your assistant. Now, this helicopter will spawn somewhere near you and will allow you to fast travel back to your office, your vehicle warehouse, or any of your large, medium, or small warehouses around the map. Now, this is fairly limited, but is quite useful when working with these businesses. On top of that, you can also kill the pilot and steal this helicopter for your own personal use, which can be useful for calling a helicopter close to you when your personal vehicle is already active. So now that we've covered 5 travel features, let's move on to 5 ability-based features, starting off with the Terabyte Scanner. The only time that this is ever really used is within friend circles or if you're just looking to be snoopy. Once you scan a player, it will give you a small list of stats for that player, including their total earnings, player deaths and kills, accuracy, favorite weapon, vehicle and radio station, as well as how many private dances or sex acts they've purchased on their account, which can always lead to some funny conversations. Okay, well my high way's 42. Now if you're interested in seeing my stats, stick around to the end. Now many people complete the weekly challenge as the rewards are very clear and set by Rockstar each week, and they're typically pretty worthwhile. However, the daily objectives have been swept under the rug due to how much effort and consistency they occasionally take. With that being said, the first objective is always the same across every player, so that's typically where certain job types are included, making them more popular for the day amongst players. But then again, sometimes it's still hard to get into those missions with other players. And the rewards for daily objectives are a bit more complicated and less worthwhile, rewarding the player $30,000 and 5,000 RP for completing all 3 of the daily objectives. And if you manage to do this for 7 consecutive days, you'll receive an additional 150,000 and 20,000 RP. And if you do the same thing for 28 days, you'll get $750,000 and 50,000 RP, meaning that over the 28 days, you would have gotten a total of $1.74 million. Though you can't miss a single day or a single objective, so it's not really worth it unless you have a lot of time on your hands. Now, I know I haven't ranked all of them yet, but ATMs do exist in the game, and the ranking will come one day. But many people assume that the ATM is useless since we can use the banking app on our phones without having to drive to a set location. However, that's not entirely true, as they do have slightly different features. When using your phone, your maximum withdrawal limit is $1 million. So if you want to withdraw more than that for whatever reason, you'll have to go to the ATM or use the phone multiple times, since the ATM's limit is $10 million.
Hands up, freeze!
Fast.
Grab every fucking thing, all of his equipment. Hey, cover is blown. Hey, strong blast. Get stuck in the shootout, keep moving. Damn, man, it sound like we're doing this the messy way. Hey, can you
Boys,
see the
I'm
kid?
back.
Man, get through these fools and get after him.
Get away, come back here.
We got a man down!
Boy,
Man, don't lose.
it is not very pretty. Come here, back scallywag.
I don't get it, damn it!
Not done with you yet.
How the fuck a punk like this got an army of security?
I don't think that this goes. Come on,
I'm reloading!
scallywags. Come on.
You gotta put these assholes down fast. Alright, shit, stay focused.
Elevator's going down. It's heading to the nightclub, you know, the music locker.
Hey, you get down here. Let's go, let's go. Okay, look, when you get down there in the club, man, stay cool. Last thing we want is a fucking panic.
Pwede rin ko pa armang dunong niya.
No way out, just get this shit done.
This also works in the other direction, as the ATM's deposit limit is $10 million, while on the phone it's actually however much money you actually have. Meaning that the phone is always better for depositing, but slightly worse for withdrawals. If you are interested in going to see an ATM, you can use the quick GPS feature to find the nearest one to you. Heading back to the abilities within the MC section of the interaction menu, nobody really sets their associates as specific roles nowadays. There are 4 different roles you can set for you and your friends. If someone's set as Vice President, they gain the ability to target a rival or request Bull Shark Testosterone. We'll touch on that a little bit more in the future. As Road Captain, you'll be able to request vehicles that otherwise aren't available in the MC menu, such as the Slam Van. You also gain the ability to start your own riding formation, which we mentioned earlier in this video. If you're set as the Sergeant at Arms, you'll be able to request an ammo drop or Molotov cocktails for a small price, making it easy to refill your ammo or the ammo of your friends. The base role of Enforcer allows you to request a hit to attack a player and request body armor. These features may not seem like much, but when combined could be fairly useful for a group of friends. Well, let's say you're having some fun playing paintball with the police when they decide to impound your car for no reason whatsoever. Well, many players nowadays will just call a new car and get that one destroyed, but some players will still go to the impound lot, break in and steal it back, or pay the $250 fee. However, if you call your office assistant, they'll be able to retrieve the car from the impound and have it delivered to you, automatically making it much more efficient than any of the previously mentioned options if you want the same car right away. Moving from the abilities section to our weaponry section, we'll start by calling Merryweather to request an airstrike. This feature is more well known, but it's not very utilized since it's fairly limited. But if you have a small group of people or a car that you really just don't like and want to see destroyed by any means possible, this is a very fun way to deal with that problem. For me, that vehicle is the Monza.
Hey, man, tell them what's going on, alright?
Right, so when you get there, find the surveillance room. Break into it. Then you're going to use the USB I gave you to hack into the security
Now I know I
footage
briefly
and upload
mentioned
it to our
Bullshark
network so I
Testosterone
can
with the
stamp
MC
leads.
roles, but you can also still call Brucey to request it, and although it makes you stronger for combat, it will not protect you if you fall from a 4-story parking garage. That's my fault. Now I always thought it was common knowledge, but every time I happen to do it, someone is always surprised that you can use melee weapons from a motorcycle. When riding a motorcycle and selecting any of the melee options or your fist, you can actually kick or swing your weapon at passing cars or fellow riders. This can be done by holding and pressing A or X and pressing the bumper on the appropriate side of your controller that you want to attack from. This also works for one-handed weapons and the shocker, which still manages to electrocute the enemy. Now back to when Rockstar first added the ability to throw grenades when aiming a weapon, there was definitely a few times where I did accidentally blow myself up. But since then, it's kind of been a forgotten feature that I haven't used in years. When aiming down the scope of a gun, if you press right on the D-pad, it will throw whichever throwable you have selected in the weapon. This includes grenades, sticky bombs, proximity mines, pipe bombs, tear gas, and Molotovs. So in the future, if you're looking to blow up a car without switching your weapons, simply throw one while holding your gun. You can save a little bit of time, and it's fairly underutilized. Last but not least, we have the Stone Hatchet ability, which is a toned-down version of Trevor's ability in story mode, allowing you to go into rage and take extra damage before dying. To activate this, you simply have to kill one NPC or player using the axe, and then to keep the ability going, you have to frequently be axing more players or NPCs before it deactivates. As you can see, I'm able to take a lot of shots with this ability, but as soon as it deactivates, I'm as good as dead. So there you have it, 15.
Shit, everyone, take cover! Get it done!
Oh no, my big brakes hit!
Don't waste my time.
Okay, I got it. We're only a few hours behind. The data left in a limousine.
Oh, die limousine, die kan je lekker volblazen.
contains somewhat useful features that are rarely used. Let me know which one of these is most useful for you, and I'll see you next time. Similar to real life, GTA 5's ocean is massive and unsettling. And while players have spent countless hours exploring the map, beneath the surface lies a second world full of secrets that we rarely talk about. Forgotten wreckage, cryptic structures, and things that Rockstar clearly didn't want us to find. From simple mysteries like sunken boats and crashed planes, to stranger discoveries, UFOs, tanks, and even an inaccessible hatch that hides a secret message. But even if you know where to look, it's hard to see anything through the murky green water. So today, we're draining the ocean, and maybe then we'll finally get a clear look at every underwater secret in GTA 5. To start, I think it's important to mention that there's a lot of trash in the ocean, and the same can be said around San Andreas, specifically near Elysian Island and Terminal. There's a lot of miscellaneous boards, metal, junk, and miscellaneous trash all over the docks. Alongside a few cranes, there are also vehicle carcasses and one abandoned train car, which I never included when I counted all 280 train cars around the map, so we'll add one to that count. Similar to all the dumpsters and trash in the ocean, the Alamo Sea has just as much, if not more junk in its waters. With more boards, metal debris, and even disposed concrete, the Alamo Sea is pretty filthy under the surface. Upon looking closer at some of this metal debris, you'll actually find many different shells of ancient boats, or at least that's what they appear to be. Another piece of unique junk is the 2 camper trailers that are half buried in the sand on either end of the body of water. Similar to the many vehicles that have ended up in the sea, I'm not exactly sure how they ended up here, but they did. One of the biggest piles of trash is located on the western coast near Kumash, and it's what I like to call the tire graveyard. This massive pile of discarded tires might not appear very large at first, but once you start looking at the sheer number of tires in this mountain, its size becomes more clear, even having some tires falling deeper into the sea. A more unique find, not far from the tire graveyard, is the abandoned research lab just north of Vespucci. Similar to the tire graveyard, its size can be misleading at first. This research lab spans a very vast section of the sea floor, with a vessel being attached to the bottom of the ocean that has since been abandoned. To give you a true idea of how large this structure is, I took Michael on a little adventure, and as you can see, the vessel's hatch single-handedly shows you how massive this is. It's interesting when you take a closer look at the structure that it uses an upscaled prop from other aspects of the game, for example the hatch or the drain pipe. Another common occurrence in the oceans all around the map are the inclusion of whale skeletons. Now I'm sure there's many of these whale skeletons around the map that I miss because they tend to blend in with the coral and other plants on the ground. For those who frequent the Cayo Perico heist, you'll probably recognize this same model from the shores of that island as well. Another interesting fact about these whale skeletons is that there's actually a floating whale skeleton way off on the edge of the map in the middle of the ocean. Now, this mystery's already been solved by Gator Keys, and he has a wonderful video explaining how to get there. But basically, this floating whale skeleton is actually the same one that we see on Cayo Perico, and it appears to be an asset that just doesn't despawn in online and can be found in any online session way out in the middle of nowhere. It's also interesting, when I was using the Rockstar editor to get some of this footage, I noticed some grassy island thing. So apparently there's other assets of Cayo Perico out here that you can't even see in online, but you can record in the Rockstar editor. I'm not sure, maybe I'll have to go back and explore more. With that being said, whale remains aren't the only remains you'll find under the surface. At the very northern point of the map, around the various islands, you'll find 8 wrapped bodies that are believed to be tied to the Infinity Killer's mystery in the story. If you want more information on these corpses or other grave sites around the map, I covered them in more detail last Halloween when I touched on the 25 most unique grave sites in GTA 5. The one grave site that I completely missed in that video is probably one of the most unique, and is located just south of Fort Zancudo next to a tugboat. Here you'll find a lady in a suit who's had her feet encased in concrete and has been thrown to the ocean floor, likely to never be found again. It's also interesting to note that the player needs to be nearby for this body to spawn, because in any other circumstance it won't be visible. Moving over to the sunken tugboat, this is also a very common prop on the seafloor, hosting 3 different crash sites. The other 2 tugboats are located in the northeast of the map and the east coast. These 2 tugboats have the exact same model, though they don't have bodies near them, which makes them slightly less interesting. I also think it's interesting that the tugboat model, both intact and sunken, existed in the game since day one, but we never received the tugboat as a drivable vehicle until the summer of 2016 with the Finance and Felony DLC. Continuing on the theme of boats, there's actually a large barge just north of Terminal Island and Elysian Island that's sunk in the canals. Again, this barge is a reused model that's been aged, and doesn't have any unique features about it, but it's usually missed since it's hidden a bit more inland. The most unique boat that we can find is the large paddle boat to the southeast. This large shell of a once glorious paddle boat sits in a small inlet, and there's no other model like it in the entire game, and no reference of it that I could find. And for that reason, it truly is a one-of-a-kind find. A more common type of sunken ship is the cargo ship, which is almost more common than the tugboat. Just south of Elysian Island, there's a very old cargo ship that sank while making deliveries. Today, it's just a hunk of scrap metal on the ocean floor that was never fully recovered. But there are definitely parts that had been recovered since there are no crates or goods in the area. A similar story takes place just a little ways north, but only in story mode. After doing Trevor's cargo ship heist, the large cargo ship is capsized into the bay. This causes all the cargo and half the ship to be sunken underwater. The only cargo ship that crashed and never had any of its cargo recovered was just off the east coast. This ship was torn to pieces, with much of the cargo falling far too deep into the ocean to be recovered. This crash site is one of the most detailed ones in the game, with so many props and pieces scattered around the area. You can really put together a story of where the ship was going and how it may have crashed against the ocean floor by putting all these puzzle pieces together. The only other aquatic vehicle that can be found on the ocean floor isn't a boat, but rather an old submarine model. Farther north, you can find this submarine that's just a bit smaller than the Osaka, torn into two pieces just off the coast. This submarine has been here for a long time, but it shows great detail, and I'm not entirely sure how it may have gotten here, but let me know what you think happened in the comments. Now, they do say that there's more planes in the ocean than there are submarines in the sky, and given the fact that there's one half-built submarine above ground, this statement is also true in GTA 5, as there's 5 airplanes that have fallen victim to the icy depths. Depths. What a weird word, depths. It's not even a word anymore, I've said it too many times. Kyle, cut that out.
No, I don't think I will. I'm gonna leave it in to annoy people.
Just deal with it.
The first is a Fly US airliner that crashed near Paleto Bay. I'm not sure where this airliner was coming or going, but it's probably the most recent passenger plane that's crashed in the ocean, as the plane itself has been fairly preserved. Based on the scattered wreckage, I think it's fair to believe that not many people survived this crash, as the wreckage covers a vast area and the plane looks absolutely destroyed. Located just east of Terminal is an unidentified Boeing that crashed heading away from LSIA. This plane has been there a long time, probably a lot longer than the previous one, as all the markings and branding have naturally come off the wreckage. I find it interesting that the cockpit is completely disconnected and flipped upside down from the rest of the plane, in such a short distance. But perhaps that's more common than I think, I'm not sure, I haven't watched Mayday in many years. Directly west of Fort Zancudo is a cargo plane that didn't make it far from the runway. It appears that similar to some of the other cargo ships, much of the wreckage was recovered by the military. However, given the plane's instability on the edge of the cliffside, it was probably unlikely that they'd recover much of the wreckage itself. Luckily, in this instance, a cargo plane typically doesn't have nearly as many people as an airliner, so the casualties couldn't be that high, though the crash does look pretty detrimental. Now there's one more cargo plane that can be found around the map, specifically in story mode, and during one of the new missions in GTA Online. On the west side of the Alamo Sea, this cargo plane can always be found in story mode, but wasn't utilized in online until last year, when one particular mission spawned it in as a plane crash that we had to explore to find our objective. The last plane that can be found is the smallest of the bunch, located not far from the submarine, and it's a crashed crop duster off the north coast. This crop duster appears to have made a nosedive into the water and kept that exact same positioning on the ocean floor. Again, I think it's unlikely that the pilot or co-pilot survived, but perhaps they got lucky. This is definitely one of those underwater secrets that not many people know about. After covering all 5 plane crashes, there's one more aircraft that can be found in the ocean, and it's not a helicopter. Also located off the north coast, you can find a crashed UFO deep underwater. And to be honest, with the water removed from this area, it looks like a beautiful mountain area with a hidden UFO in the middle that you can easily parachute down to. But underwater, it remains very hidden and difficult to get to, especially since not many people are driving to the north of the map to explore the ocean floor. Moving on to our 3 most miscellaneous mysteries, we'll start with a grate near the Humane Labs. Used once in story mode to gain access to the labs from the ocean, the same model can be seen off of Cayo Perico, with access to El Rubio's compound with the same strategy. Anyone who played story mode was aware of this, but not many people are aware that this will forever exist there and you can just go visit it whenever you want, though you can't get past the grate without using mods. But anyone who hasn't played story mode, this is probably a mystery that you didn't know the answer to. I'd like to quickly mention that I'm aware of all the secrets around El Rubio's island, but I plan to make a separate video on the secrets of Cayo Perico in the future, so be sure.
Imagine one great wave of love, one great wave of joy, a great wave of spiritual clarity. Imagine it all up your thighs, like a big sticky mess of love. Imagine your soul is like a bazooka. Boom! I need reload. I'm making pussy niggas push the panic button. I'm watching all these niggas running out of money. What if foreign cars in the back up, people? This shit was all my Southside of Compton and did it all from nothing. About a large get a call and we all coming. Once they
What the hell, guys? What's going on out here? This is crazy. Everyone calm down.
all the frauds coming. I can buy the Dodgers with my credit card money.
It's a fantasy for niggas on the other side. I be damned if I don't put my family first. Tragedy what happened to the fantasy for niggas on the other side. I be damned if I don't put my family first in line. Such a tragedy what happened to the mother guy. I mean, it's just the way the shit is
Ik had niet staan de mond te
to a world debut, and this is what you do.
LeBron James numbers, go ahead and analyze them. Will Smith bitches in the summertime. It's still Cali love until they gun me down. I did the verse, he gave your boy 100 pounds.
Okay, I'll shoot wildly over there.
They wanna see it bang, my niggas. I might let down the top and take the scenic route. I just want to make it make you stay my house. Bitches Doc Dre and Promise, bring them out.
This evening isn't about you, it's about me. Stop fucking it up.
such a tragedy what happened to the
I could never know.
It's a fantasy for niggas on the other side. I've been down if I don't put my family first in line. Tragedy what happened to the mother guys. Don't be mad at me, it's just the way it is.
Everyone, I know it's just being disruptive, but this is too fucking disruptive, okay?
You fucking loser! You fucking penis!
Look, I forget what's out there, but stop breaking it!
So, heads up. Looks like our buddy just mobilized his private military.
Okay, you want to be
You're by the DJ, right?
asshole?
Hey, I think they own here. What's up?
This DJ isn't even doing anything. The equipment is streaming music from somewhere else.
Oh, so you fucking faking it, huh?
Looks like it. I'm gonna try to track down the real source now.
Okay, whoever
I'm
the
hearing
fuck
some
is
radio
out there,
chatter about
I know
prepping a
what you're
helicopter.
doing. You can't have...
Okay, so in spite of the clusterfuck, I used your phone and Wi-Fi to find the music broadcast. It's coming from inside the mansion.
Hey, looks like Drake wanna holler at you. Hey, here you go, homie. The only person that has the right to sell my fucking demos is me. Feel me? You can fuck this place up. Alright, looks like you ahead of the game. Keep doing what you're doing. Smash that shit up.
Ja, dat stuk sla ik letterlijk even goed over.
He's airborne.
Hey, job well done. Now get after his ass.
Normaal moet ik al.
Dr. Fogg, get the fuck out of here.
Sure to follow so you don't miss when that video comes out. Not too far from that, you can find a sunken military fleet. This fleet consists of 2 older tanks that we actually don't have in the game, 2 barracks trucks, and at least 2 remnants of a Rhino tank. There's plenty of other supplies around here, including some missiles and other junk. I believe this was the case of a military ship that lost a large portion of its cargo off its side. The reason I believe this to be the case is because there's no remnants of any boat or ship nearby, and there's no way that all this could have gotten out there simply by driving. Now there's a lot of details of this wreckage site, similar to the cargo ship and many other sites that we mentioned in this video. So I'd highly recommend checking them out for yourself when you get the chance. And if you're interested in downloading a copy of my map for yourself, I'll have it pinned in the Discord, which you can find a link to in the description below. But to move on to the most unique underwater mystery, we have the hatch, which has a great Easter egg for those who get close enough. Modeled after the hatch in the TV show Lost, this hatch is one of the deepest things within the game, being just below the kill zone for all submarines and players. That means if you try and go down to the hatch with your submersible, your Kraken, your Visa, your Toreador, or your Stromberg, the vehicle will implode like OceanGate before you get there. But if you manage to get as close as possible without imploding, you'll hear this sound coming from inside.
Anything I can do for you, boss?
Oh shit, nu... Oh, tot nu de fucking jachten.
Hey, what's... Hey, look, now I know this hood. My auntie still lives up in Strawberry.
Me and Lamar, we used to sneak over this way all the time and fuck around. So I had a word with some Davis neighbors, you know, family's people, to see if they can find out some shit about Dre's phone. This dude Vernon, that's the guy that can help. We gonna need to scratch his back before he can scratch ours. But we should be good. Fair warning.
When this was first discovered, many believed it to be Morse code. But that's not actually the case, as it doesn't translate to anything. Instead, this is tap code, a different tap-based communication system. And upon deciphering it correctly, the message directly translates to, "Hey, you never called. How do you fancy going bowling?" A funny reference to Niko Bellic's cousin Roman in GTA 4.
I got some leads on this phone you have.
You're driving through the city, enjoying the sights, when suddenly you see a unique icon. You want to whole plethora of things. Speedo Custom, Ruiner 2000, or Rhino Tank, the Deluxo, or even the dreaded Compressor 2. You dart into an alleyway for protection, checking your ammo and snacks, and prepare for a gunfight. Then, a Winky huts around the corner. Why does such an unthreatening vehicle have such a unique icon, while other much more daunting vehicles like the weaponized Ignis, Vigilante, or even the Toreador just appears around the dots? Well, maybe that isn't a question we can answer, but we can answer this. Which unique radar icon is the best, and how do the other 105 rank in comparison? Perhaps I've even managed to uncover some of the secret icons that Rockstar have tried to hide.
Expedited!
I got a stash spot ready. He in there for life. Slow down if you can't fucking drive.
Like the aforementioned Toreador's icon. Starting with what could arguably be one of the worst radar icons in the entire game, we take a quick look at the Insurgent. Now sure, the Insurgent here might not have the worst design icon. However, the regular Insurgent does not have a machine gun on it. Therefore, the icon is already incorrect. This icon also scored very poorly because it's shared on 4 different vehicles, including the Insurgent Pickup and Insurgent Pickup Custom, as well as on the Technical Custom, which is a completely different vehicle in and of itself. On a similar stance, the Hydra has a very basic jet icon, and therefore lacks in creativity, especially since it was released after the Laser, which shares the exact same icon as well. But at least with the Laser, it was a little bit more accurate. A similar story can be seen for the Inductor and Junk Energy emblems. Though with these simply being bikes, it doesn't really matter which one you think is behind you, as they're also very unthreatening vehicles. The Alpha Z1 is one of our first unique icons of the day, and mostly scored low due to the fact that its icon is not extremely accurate when playing. And even for the parts that it is, it's so minor that it makes it hard to identify on the small mini-map. Having already been mentioned once in this video, the Winky does not need a radar icon. And although it's fairly accurate in the grand scheme of things, there's just no reason for this unweaponized, unthreatening vehicle to even have a unique icon. The Howard NX-25 falls victim to the same fate as the Alpha Z1. but with the wings being slightly more forward angled, it does make it stand out just a fraction more. The Bale Enforcement Burrito likely only has a unique icon due to the fact that it doesn't really count as a personal vehicle, and therefore needed something to identify it separately on the map. The Squatty shows a bit more accuracy compared to the previous land vehicles mentioned. However, the only threatening part of this vehicle is potentially the few people that could be sitting in the back ready to jump. The dinghy is one of the only boats in the game to have a unique radar icon, likely because it's actually weaponized, which helped boost its score. However, the only other boat to have a unique icon is the Kurtz 39 patrol boat. Unfortunately for both these boats, they share the exact same design, which is slightly more accurate for the patrol boat than the dinghy, bumping the patrol boat into 92nd place. The Rocket Voltic may not be weaponized, but being a unique vehicle, especially upon its release, it's not overly surprising that it has a unique icon. As for the turreted limo, there's actually two designs. The first is a fantastic design that clearly indicates the nature of the car. However, if you call the same vehicle via Pegasus, it gets the same bloody design as the Insurgents. The new Duster 300H is another bog standard plane icon that's very hard to distinguish from other planes. But it does have the option for weapons, which makes the icon slightly more necessary than other planes on the list. The Rogue basically follows the same logic, but since it has explosive rounds, it's definitely more needed than the Duster. The Varus only scored this high due to the fact that its icon is fairly unique, being one of the only quads to stand on the minimap. And again, it's extremely unnecessary given the vehicle's non-threatening aura. The Balmushka, however, does have a very threatening aura, but isn't overly dangerous given the fact that it kinda just sucks overall. The Speedo Customs icon is fairly accurate, unless the player chooses to not have a mounted minigun on top, which could make it very misleading and make the icon more scary than it has to be. The Tula is another bog standard aircraft icon, but shows hints of further detail, which is promising for the rest of the list. The Ruiner 2000 is similar to the Rocket Voltic, having only been released in the early days of the game. It would make sense for a unique vehicle to have a unique icon, and given the fact that it is weaponized, I believe it's a good choice. The Manasur will likely come as a surprise in 82nd place, as it shows heavy resemblance to the fucking Insurgents. This radar icon shows decent resemblance to its appropriate vehicle. However, if I didn't tell you what it was, would you know that it's the weaponized Tampa? And then we have the Mogun, which is fairly unique, especially with the detail on the tail of the plane. Similar to the Manasur, the Technical Aqua is very similar to the Insurgents and regular Technical. However, the addition of barrels and engine on the back of the icon make it extremely clear that this is the aquatic version of those vehicles. The ramp buggy may not be weaponized, but given its destructive nature when cruising down a busy road, I didn't dock any points for its level of necessity, as it's fair that someone may want a warning if this was coming up behind me. The Rhino tank was one of the most feared places on the map in the early days of GTA Online, and if you saw this icon, it was definitely an area that you'd steer clear of. And if it weren't for some newer tanks in the game that had similar designs, this likely would have scored a lot higher. Sadly, my favorite P-45 Nakota only managed to score 76th place, but this is likely due to the fact that none of the plane icons in the game are overly unique. That being said, the LF-22 Starling does stand out among the rest with its stockier design and short tail, making the icon itself much more unique and identifiable. The Alkanos continues this trend of unique aircraft icons, again having a very unique shape and design, which is reflected accurately in the icon, and is often referred to as the Dorito of the skies. Though I think there are two other icons that could easily dethrone this title. Speaking of tanks in the game, you can circle back to the Khanjali, which is a slightly more refined icon compared to the Rhino, but again, isn't overly unique or feared as much these days. Now, if you like these ranking videos, I want to quickly remind you that once we hit 50,000 subs, I'll be ranking every single road in GTA 5. To save on time, let's quickly rapid fire through the next 20 icons by describing them using only a few words. The Armored Boxville is fairly boring and basic. The Sea Breeze is accurate, but still basic. The Stromberg is a slightly better Ruiner 2000. The APC is just a more refined Insurgent icon. The Brigade 6x6 does put a smile on my face. The Wastelander shows promising signs of detail, but lacks necessity, while the Havoc is basically just an egg with a propeller hat. The Pyro is one of the more unique jet icons, boosting its score. The Granger 3600 LX might have machine guns, but again, isn't entirely necessary. The Jubilee just said ditto, but in a fancier font. The Vatir's only threat is a truckload of players and a lack of weaponry. The Pounder Custom is just a target on your back for sail missions. The Mule Custom, however, is the exact same thing, but it's seen less and is therefore more unique. The Kara Kara is what the Technical Custom wishes it could be, and the Raiju is what the last generation jets dreamed to identify as. The Sparrow's icon just reminds me of this stance. Tell me I'm wrong. The Phantom Wedge is a more threatening version of the ramp car, though I just picture this as a large bird. The deity's only scary feature is those beady little headlights on its icon. Stop looking at me like that. The Everon surprisingly has a unique icon, but it's only visible within the Diamond Casino heist. Similarly, the Vagrant also follows that same rule set, but has a more unique design. The Champion, however, looks very angry, and it looks like he's about to whoop your ass for something that you didn't do. The RCV is a more defined armored box fill, though the water turret on top is a little misleading. As previously mentioned, the Toreador doesn't stand out on the map at all. Regardless, it actually has an unused icon hidden within the game files, which is fairly accurate. The Titan 250D definitely resembles an AC-130, even in its icon. Meanwhile, the half-track definitely would have been more fitting if the icon was based on the side profile, rather than its front-facing angle. Speaking of, a vast number of vehicles featuring front-facing design, with 50% of these vehicles boasting this style icon, while 41 of the vehicles have unique icons with top-down designs, including every single plane on the list. The side profile is much less common, only being seen on 11 vehicles, while there is one vehicle with an icon that doesn't actually depict any angle the vehicle represents, but we'll get to that later. Via Visa has a fairly unique design, but again lacks any weapons or reason to have a unique icon. The Blazer Aqua is the only other quad with a unique design and is slightly more recognizable than the Bruce. The Terabyte is a powerhouse, but again basically only has a unique icon as a target picker.
See that? He bleed now. Must be in there. Come on.
The Outlaw falls victim to the Diamond Casino heist requirement, which hides this icon from many players' knowledge. The Kasatka's icon is extremely recognizable, and although it may not be overly detailed, it is a welcome addition to this section of the list. The Deluxo may not be the most detailed, but it definitely is a necessity given its lethal nature. The Akula's icon might not be seen very much as it does have stealth capabilities, but it's important to note that this icon is fairly detailed and necessary for the vehicle. What isn't necessary, however, is the icon for the Vito Classic. The icon itself is extremely detailed for a vehicle that has absolutely zero threats on it. The Dune FAV is unsymmetrical, which is fairly uncommon for a radar icon, making it a little bit more unique. The blimp is extremely recognizable, even if it does lack detail, as its shape is definitely one of a kind.
Okay, y'all, I'm gonna make some calls here. See if this stacks up. How you doing?
The Patriot Mil-Specs icon might look aggressive, and the vehicle itself might look threatening. However, only offering mounted machine guns, it might not require an icon to sew. The Annihilator Stealth is extremely similar to the Akula, but with a more detailed design, giving it an extra edge. The Buffalo STX is very recognizable with its front-facing design, while the Invade and Persuade Tanks icon might be even more recognizable and more unique as it's not seen as often. Almost the greatest Dorito-shaped icon obviously belongs to the Volaton, but taking the crown for the Dorito-shaped icon is definitely the Ultralight. Similar to the Akula and Annihilator Stealth, the Ultralight does have the ability to appear off the radar, and is the only weaponized vehicle with that feature, meaning it definitely needs this radar icon. It's also interesting to note that as a glider, it does glide for a very long... Oh, well, there it goes. The Sea Sparrow is definitely more refined than its regular Sparrow counterpart, with more details on its icon. The Molotov is one of the most identifiable radar icons in the sky. Having its swept-back wings and cut-off nose, it's definitely unique. Circling back to the second go-kart in the game, the Vito Modern has an even more detailed design than its classic counterpart, but again, doesn't really require such effort to be shown on the map. It's honestly hard to tell if the Thruster's icon is based on a front-facing design or a rear-facing design, which could make it even more unique. Every Arena War vehicle has its own icon, and the Brutus is probably the most boring of them all. The new DH7 Iron Mule has a very detailed icon, but I think it could have benefited from having a little hook hanging from the bottom of it, as it would have made it even more unique and more identifiable. The Mirage's icon is fairly detailed, but again, you don't see this very often as the vehicle itself is kinda dog shit. The Arena War ZR380 looks even more angry than the Champion, but is fairly lackluster for the Arena War vehicle icons. Sneaking into 23rd amongst the Arena War vehicles is the Zaba, which may not require an icon all the time, but luckily this icon is only available within the Diamond Casino heist. The Impaler has a much sharper icon design that highly accentuates its grille. The Arena War Dominator is the first on this list to feature the Telltale Arena War spikes, but it is fairly hard to identify that this is a Dominator, knocking it down a few places. The Bruiser, however, is much more identifiable and still features the iconic spikes. The RC Bandito has a nice subtle, yet still detailed icon, but its design only matches the base model and not the different models you can get in this car. The Impressor was one of the earliest vehicles to absolutely require a unique icon, but you just don't see it as much nowadays. Sticking to the theme of bikes, we have the Arena Death Bike, placing 17th overall, with its design more resembling of a child's big wheel than a death bike. The Impressor Mark II is arguably one of the scariest and most anxiety-inducing radar icons in the game. Being fairly unique and detailed, this iconic flip on the map sends most players into a slight frenzy every single time they see it. The Arena Slam Van might not be as scary, but features a much more detailed design. The Scramjet is on the opposite end of the spectrum, lacking a lot of detail, but is also extremely recognizable. Although it's fair to assume that whenever this icon happens to disappear from your map, it's not that they called Lester to appear off their radar, but rather that their cars probably decided to go for a little swing. The Arena War Imperator is definitely hard to find in the public lobby, but does boast a fairly accurate and unique depiction of the vehicle. The Scarab's icon is somehow both very detailed and very basic at the same time. As mentioned before, there's one vehicle in the game
You hear that? Hey Trace, this it?
Niggas on the yacht with me, I'm a star. Custom made hip hop, nigga, watch the roof curl. It's a hard pill to swallow. Juice World, big shot, big shot. Now who the killer? Sending pirates to your block, boy, Captain Phillips. LA on my back, boy, it takes a village. We deserve to be on top, boy, black privilege. Sandra Bay, fuck the whole day. Ice Cube sitting by the dock. Oh, shade. See no son of the couch with an old face. Shit, I'm headed to Puffy's house, $1 million a plate. Coming in, Air Force, Uncle Sam. Couldn't learn about the other man. Paid taxes and rubber bands. Last night in a chess game, nigga walked away with $100 grand. Pussy poppin', shit, killing shit, son of Sam. Multi-billion-dollar check on you, fuck boys. Living life, push a price, I got enough toys. My legacy is undefeated, call that bitch flow. I gave my blood to this shit, you welcome. Joy, yay money, yeah, we gotta play money. I don't know what's on the way for me, give a fuck, I stay hungry. No better feeling in the world than that Brinks truck when it's pulling in. Hit the box like clockwork, y'all talk work, we put it in. I like it like that, baby, work it that back. She don't know how to act. Say something, shake something. Excuse me while I kiss the sky. I just call it a lick, watch me shake something. You a thick bitch, baby, shake something. Let's get rich, time to break something. Shake something. I'm moving like a big fish, watch me bake something. Titanic drip, nigga, say something. Fuck them politics and all that fake stuff. Shake something. Come on. I like it like that, baby working that back. She don't know how to act. Back with that, rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Dressed in all black, that. Step the fuck back, shit. That shit. It's working. That's a bad bitch. It's perfect. That shit right there, it's working. It's set it in the gears.
Hey, did you get him? Gotta get the car back to the office.
Standing here looking Ready? Yeah, I see the way the game played. Nigga like me, the hood on that walk of fame. Same present, still stain the brand. Gang relationships, no need to name names. Black mama mentality, shit, it's time to ball. All my niggas on the jack with me, armor starred. Custom made hip hop, nigga, watch the roof, girl. It's a hard pill to swallow, baby. Juice WRLD. Big shot, big shot, big shot. Now who the killer? Sending pirates to your block, boy, Captain Phillips. Got LA on my back, boy, it takes a village. We deserve to be on top, boy, black privilege. Sandra Bay, fuck up the whole day. Ice Cube sitting by the dock. O'Shea. See no son of the couch with the old face. Shit, I'm headed to Puffy's house, $1 million a plate. Coming in, Air Force, Uncle Sam. Quit worrying about the other man. Paid taxes and rubber bands. Last night in a chess game, nigga walked away with $100 grand. Pussy popping, billing shit, killing shit. Son of Sam, multi-billion-dollar
Their
check.
icon doesn't actually represent the vehicle design itself, but rather is just a symbol on the map, that being the MOC, which has a satellite design rather than a detailed design of the trailer itself. The Avenger has another very unique and recognizable design, and depending on where you are on the map, could be fairly terrifying. Taking 9th, 8th, and 7th place respectively are 3 more Arena War vehicles that basically all tied for their placement. They include the Cerberus, the Arena War Issy, and the Sasquatch, which all have good uniqueness and detail. The Chernobog confuses a lot of people, as many forget the fact that it also has a very unique and specific icon, which makes it very clear on the minimap, though its design is slightly misleading as the missiles are kind of misaligned. In 5th place we have the anti-aircraft trailer, which has a fairly simple yet very accurate design, and is somehow only slightly terrifying to those in the air, and not anyone on the ground. The festival bus might come as a surprise in 4th, as it isn't weaponized and doesn't necessarily require an icon, but given its highly detailed and unique design, and the fact that it's definitely recognizable, just bumped it up enough to claim a podium spot. In 2nd place we have the FH-1 Hunter, whose icon's design could be described as scary in and of itself, highly resembling its in-game and real-life counterpart, and is definitely one of my favorite icons. It's also interesting to note that this icon is used in one of the new Ghostman File missions to represent the weaponized Kanata, which I thought was interesting. Hey, so this is me correcting a mistake that Kyle pointed out upon editing this video. Upon some further research, the weaponized Kanata does have its own design, which is fairly similar to the Hunter, so apologies for the mistake and consider them tied for 2nd place. Which means it's time for the #1 radar icon in the entire game, which again is fairly unique and is very representative of its in-game and real-life counterpart. Arguably being more terrifying in real life, the B-11 Strike Force is another very recognizable icon. That being said, sometimes it's the vehicles that you don't see coming that pose a real threat.
Oh, we got jet skis.
What was that? Stop it. Stop the car. Stop the car.
I'm coming back. Who are we killing? I swear to God, I will throw these bombs on these cars.
Oh, you can run over. All right, fellas.
Oh.
Where's she going?
We have played Payday.
Uh-oh. I forgot what that was.
What? Explodeert die auto nog even.
Hey, we don't got time to waste. Hey, keep dropping these assholes.
Get some.
What the fuck are you waiting for? Start shooting, motherfucker.
En dan gaan we de heisten doen. Let's go. Dan beginnen we ook natuurlijk met de Dynasty Island los te doen.
That's what the fuck.
Dankjewel. Oh, ik ben zo blij dat ik heb.
We have played Scuffed Payday. Wait, it's so hard to aim. Oh, I just killed civilian. Oopsie. Hell, we've even raided tombs. Throw your torch on it. Oh no! We have played all types of heist games, and for some reason, this one we've always avoided. Yes, that's right. I'm talking about GTA 5 heists. So once again, I am joined by Tucker, Eli, and Flom, and it went exactly how you would expect it to go. If you want to see more of the GTA 5 heist missions, please leave a like on this video. It'll let us know you want to see more. That, and also, if you are new to the channel or find yourself coming back on the regular and you aren't subscribed, why not? You're already coming back anyway. Thank you so much for watching the video in the first place, and I hope you enjoy the rest of it. Oh fuck. Who's flying around in the doohickey 88 miles per hour mobile?
Doohickey? This is the DeLorean. Get it right.
More like the Divergent. Am I right, guys? Wait, what's that? Hey, Tucker, the influencers are here.
Oh god.
Check me out. Just got this thing off eBay. 20 bucks. 20 bucks. Could you believe it? Hop in this bitch. Hold on. You can use it. Get in there. Hold on. You got to pay your lumps first. There you go. All right, get in. Hold W and then hold left mouse button down to turn like and go forward and back. Oh boy. Okay, that's a tree. Look out. Oh Jesus. All right, Eli. You know what to do.
No. I'll give you a head start.
Eli, watch out for that squirrel in the road there.
What squirrel?
That one.
That squirrel?
Save him! Oh! Hey, Tucker.
Oh my god. Hey, I'm good. Somebody said, oh my god.
I'll take care of this. Come here, you son of a bitch.
Do you think this is safe? Alright, define safe. Why would you jump?
I got him.
I was taking you to your car.
I got him. I missed all my shots. That guy's dead. Dude, why are weapons so expensive? What happened?
Inflation.
Look,
inflation,
it's not inflation. The original sniper is $38,000 and the new one is $450,000. What's the difference?
Inflation! This is Biden's America.
What is the difference between these two besides... Wait, why do I have it? I didn't buy that. Did my account just get boosted mid-fucking game here? What just happened? Yeah, I just stole this entire man's inventory. Bring me up, Scotty. I'll crouch. Didn't work.
Bro.
Guys, check it out. New do review. What do we think? Looking good. Wow, this is nice, Eli. This is nice. We haven't even done any heists yet.
Hey, don't mind me.
What the fuck, bro? What?
Is this
Eli, I'm here showering and shit. You just in here? All right. Are we heisted?
We heisted.
Yeah, we heisted.
Where's your heist room?
Right here, right here.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Welcome to the
de resistance.
He's just got a
Holy
regular
shit.
ass-
Piece de resistance.
Jesse, it's time to cook.
Browse internet on your computer?
Yeah.
Check his history. Check his history. Check his history. Check it. Check it. Check it.
You can use Opera.
This video is not sponsored by Opera GX. Actually, hold on. Just in case. Chat, what's the original heist? The one with like, you do the setup and then you're on motorbikes.
All of them have setups.
Yeah, but no, I'm talking about the one specifically with the motorbikes and then you jump off a cliff with the money on your bags.
I think that's the Pacific Standard Job.
Is it?
Chat confirmed.
Pacific Rim Job. Okay, yeah, that's the one.
What's the deal with there?
I feel like he's about to say something a little too.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
You here, based on the prep work you've done, put together a plan of attack. Time to pick the con and what you'll be wearing. Okay, time to go. Good luck. If you need me, I'll be sitting here with my hands down my pants.
You can make millions from the Diamond Casino heist this week in GTA Online because the finale is paying double money. Inside your arcade, go to your planning board and start the vault contents prep. After collecting the phone and locating the signal inside the casino, you'll see what your primary loot is after cycling through your camera. I had cash, but you also have a chance to get diamonds, which is the highest paying target in the entire heist. For my finale, I used the big con approach. You drive straight into the casino, take the elevator up, and swipe the key cards to get through the man trap, eventually making it into the vault. And once you're inside, just start grabbing your loot, and if you need help with the keypad hacks, follow this cheat sheet on the screen to pass
Okay, they're expecting these chips today, so get over there in the group sex van. Unless you're total idiots, you'll walk in without any problems. Seeing you dressed up like that makes me feel all fuzzy. It's like your kids putting on their uniforms for their first day at school, only I don't have kids. That swear at me in Russian and want to destroy the world. You know, we all live in our own ways. Where are we? Oh, yeah, let's rob this thing.
them instantly. Me and my duo and
I coded an impossible make
% cut, which is the max. I made $1.5 million even with cash as my target. This is definitely completing the heist. Climbed up to take it outside. My duo ended up exiting the vault with $2 million with the keypad hacks. Follow this cheat sheet on the screen to
Kan ik dadelijk gebruiken.
Did you know it's possible to have over 24 vehicles active in GTA Online at one time? Now, I've been asked this question many times, and I've asked it myself. We can only have one personal vehicle, but among all the service vehicles and other contacts we have, how many vehicles can we have active that we own at one specific time? Well, I decided to figure out the answer to that question, and let me tell you, it's a lot more than you think. So starting off, we obviously have our personal vehicle. Call up the mechanic and request whichever vehicle of yours you'd like to drive the most. Now obviously this is our main mode of transportation and there's so many options here, just pick one. Following that, we're going to call the next obvious choice, which is Pegasus.
Hello, this is Pegasus Lifestyle Management. How can I help?
Now you can get plenty of vehicles through Pegasus, and for this case I'm going to call the Dune since it looks better on a land picture. Now, the unfortunate thing with Pegasus is that it does spawn a little ways away, so you will have to go out and get it and bring it back if you want to put them all in one location, but there is some good selection here as well. For our third vehicle, we're going to go into the interaction menu and go to service vehicles. Now, you could call plenty of vehicles from this menu, but I'm going to call the MOC. And the reason for that is that the trailer technically counts as its own vehicle. In real life, a semi-trailer does need its own registration and paperwork, and a trailer is defined as an unpowered vehicle towed by another. But that brings our total to 4 vehicles. 3.5 if you don't want to count the trailer. Next, we're going to register as a CEO, and what this allows us to do is to go farther into the menu and call a CEO vehicle, which could include the Bodhi, the Dune Loader, the Sanchez, the Super Valido, the Super Diamond, the Patriot, the Stretch, the Washington, the Shafter LWB, the Volatus, the Dinghy, the Rempo Custom, the Brigade, the Cognoscenti, the Buzzard, the BJ XL, the XLS, the Baller LELWB, or the Turd Limo, which is what I'm going to pick today because it's the most unique of the list. It's also interesting to note that you can have 4 active limos at any given time. But we'll get back to that later. Next, you can go back into the service menu and get the Sparrow from the Kosatka. Now, you could obviously go with the Avisa as well, but I can't get that up here with the rest of them, so we'll call the Sparrow. The nice thing about the Sparrow is it does spawn directly beside you. Similar to the Sparrow in the service menu under the Avenger, you can actually request your Avenger Thruster. Now, I had to purchase this just for this video, so that was $1.25 million that I'll never get back. However, it does add to the count for this video. Next, we're going to request the delivery bike from the Acid Lab. Again, this spawns a little far away and requires you to be next to a road. But it's a nice little bike that you can easily access, bringing our total to 8. Going down to the Manage Vehicle section of the interaction menu, you can contact your bail office burrito. Now again, this requires you to be near a road and spawns a little ways away, but it's very interesting that we can call this as its own vehicle. This will also wrap up the vehicles.
Er is altijd 1 iemand erbij, hè?
sex van. Unless you're total idiots, you'll walk in without any problems. Seeing you dressed up like that makes me feel all fuzzy. It's like your kids putting on their uniforms for their first day at school. Only I don't have kids. Just some pretty basic AI experiments that swear at me in Russian and want to destroy the world. You know, we all love in our own ways. Where were we? Oh, yeah. Let's rob this thing. Okay, you're there. Drive in past the garage entrance and follow the road to the racetrack. The tunnel entrance is under the bridge. Don't forget, you are private security, like a cop who couldn't pass the fitness test or the psych eval. Look like you're really getting off.
We can call via the interaction menu, and next we're going to head to our phone contacts.
Now play it cool. You're doing your usual day-to-day delivery job. You've done this 1,000 times.
You're earlier than expected. Just gonna check your VI number? Chip delivery, huh? Sure. Go straight through and leave her on the left. You can take the elevator or stairs down to the vault.
I thought you were gonna get shot in the face for a second there. Okay, now get in the elevator and remember... Conspicuous. The one about the 4 Group 6 employees in an elevator? No? Next security check's coming up. You can do this. You keep your cool. Don't be nervous, you know?
Howdy. You looking for the vault? Right up ahead.
Y'all here for the vault, yeah? Alright, you're gonna need your key cards to get into the man trap there. 2-card system. Swipe at the same time.
Yes! Come on! How much better does it feel when the marks are this dumb? Keep going! Okay, so far so bueno. Push on to the vault. There'll be a guard there to meet you.
Oh, you're here. Why didn't they say something? Man, they never tell me nothing, you know? I'll get it open for you. Okay. Oh, that's a heavy door. Ain't much getting through here. There.
Diamonds, of course. I should have guessed. Good news. Seeing as we stayed under the radar, we have a little more time here. Now, your hacker can block the security sensors while you're in the vault, but only for a while. If the system goes quiet for too long, it triggers the alarm as a failsafe. And, did I mention that if the alarm goes off in here, they'll flood the place with Nerve Agent? No? Okay, well, I'm mentioning it now. If you're making good time in there, try getting into some of the lockboxes.
Deze ding is zo...
seconds left. Don't dawdle. Perfect. Now get out before they smell a rat. Gas incoming. 10 seconds. In and out undetected. Who'd have thought it? People, that is the mother load. We cleaned them out. Okay, let's see if we can make the way out as smooth as the way in. Get your key cards ready. Are you seriously screwing this up? Just count or something.
Wanneer gaat het ook weer naar normaal, man? Ik weet het.
Y'all done in here? Hey, listen, that fella on the vault door, how'd he look? We snuck a double strength laxative in his coffee. He'll be shitting.
All right, thanks, y'all. Get in the cargo elevator and use your key card. Play it cool. Okay, I need you to stay calm. They've seen what you did to the vault, and now the whole place is locking down fast. They know you're still in the building. Just keep moving and keep quiet. We've got some heavy chatter on the police frequencies. Sounds like they're sending loose.
Here I come! Inbred moron!
Fight me, man!
Komt ineens op huis gelopen.
Getaway cars, go! The driver has them in position.
Jesus Christ!
Getaway cars, go! The driver has them in position. We could really have used a decoy here. Guess you'll just have to be fast.
Watch out! I kill for a living! You're in.
comes through. Economic justice is a beautiful thing. Lose the cops! If we take them to the buyer, this is all for nothing! Good work! You lost them. And listening to their channels, they are pissed. I'm not one to be premature. I'm not whatever they told you, but hear me when I say that we are on the verge of pulling off the single greatest feat of organized criminality this city has ever seen. Admittedly, I'm knocking myself off the top spot, but that doesn't matter. We are seconds away from the history books, my friends. I wasn't sure I should come out of retirement, but professionally at least, it looks like a good call, yeah? Now, did someone say tequila?
Gewoon even middeldingen opsteken. Holy shit. Dat was een best wel lange drive. Ja, hij is in één keer ook. Hoezo sta ik op het laatste? Dat wij zijn dood gegaan, denk ik. We hebben denk ik hun ongeveer 4k per persoon. Per persoon, denk ik.
100,000 on the cool, yeah, yeah. I want some killers, my niggas a load up and shoot, yeah, yeah. I'm still having fights with some demons, don't know what to do, yeah, yeah. I did some shit in the streets, mama, you never knew, yeah, yeah.
Starting with me.
If you've built enough LEGO sets, you may have come across something a little off in your instruction booklet. There you are, building along with the instructions, when suddenly you turn the page and something catches your eye. Something's wrong. That piece that you just placed is missing from the image you're looking at. Did you mess up? Are the steps out of order? What is going on here? These disappearing bricks, or ghost bricks as they're occasionally called, are surprisingly common in LEGO sets, and today I'm going to go over some of the most extreme and confusing examples and try to explain just what's happening here. Are these simply digital rendering errors, or does LEGO do this on
TV from coming. Still 5 million value. Oh. Goed, sta ik nu op 18 mil les. Oh. Holy shit. Weet je wel hier?
purpose sometimes. Let's find out. As a great example of what I'm talking about, a fan named Nathan sent in some images from their copy of the Treasure Hunt set from the Jurassic World line. Starting on step 47, you'll build 2 small side view mirrors and attach them to the sides of the Jeep. These stay put during the next step, but then, as soon as you turn the page, they mysteriously disappear from the image in both steps 49 and 50, only to reappear just as magically on the very next step, where they remain for the rest of the build. This error is pretty easily missed, and most builders of this set probably glossed right over it as they were more focused on the next step, but not all of them are this subtle. Another ghost brick can be spotted in the instructions for the Mandalorian's M1 Starfighter, as submitted by a fan going by the new Perez. On step 9, you'll need to add a single brown 1x2 wall element before moving on. This piece stays perfectly still for the next several pages, until on step 16, it simply vanishes before popping back into existence on the next step. Something similar was noticed by a fan named Joey while they were building the Space Roller Coaster set, initially released in 2023. Fairly far into the build, on step 169, there's a very small sub-build. The first thing we need to do is to put a round 2x2 plate on the back of a round 2x2 brick. Simple stuff. Next, we're told to flip these upside down and insert a yellow Technic axle. However, if you look closely at the bottom, you'll notice that the round plate has gone missing. It stays hidden for steps 3 and 4, before reappearing at step 5. In a similar vein, this submission from Ethan points out a small error in the Captain Rex Y-Wing microfighter. Very early on in the build on step 4, we'll need to place a single 1x2 transparent blue brick. You can even see it up front in the images of the finished build. For the next few pages, everything is normal, until at step 8, this piece randomly vanishes before reappearing just as suddenly on the next page. It's a real mystery as to why this piece disappears, but that's not all, because a slightly different kind of mistake was found in the Ice Castle set. Beginning on step 42, you'll begin construction of the grilling stand. This is a pretty straightforward assembly that covers the next 2 pages, before finishing by adding 3 of these
CCTV once you are inside.
Ik weet niet of deze doorkomt. Denk ik niet.
Some advice. When dealing with paranoid drug lords, expect CCTV everywhere. Selective with your looting. If it is too heavy, it will slow you down, perhaps too much.
Oh, net rapid. Bij die kaarten stilstaan. Maar ik heb het gevoel dat die kaarten blijft staan. Alsjeblieft, kan ik erin. Ja, alsjeblieft op.
Hero Americans with your self-sufficiency, infiltrating private islands on your own. In Russia, we bring friends, and our friends bring bags. More money in bags. Perhaps next time, yes?
je ook gewoon airstop alleen maar cash hebben.
Hay un mujer y mi congelador. Estoy de acuerdo.
We cannot resist coming back, huh? Like child in candy store. Or as we say in Russia, like child breaking into secure compound, huh?
Allemaal boot is er nog. Soms is die boot gewoon zo ver weg dat ik ook ik weet echt niet meer waar je heen. Ja, we hebben ze, we hebben ze hier, is eigenlijk helemaal niks van gekomen. We hebben deze boot niet. Stoomboot in het stoom. Nee. Ja, en dat moet je
You know, a man like Mr. O'Neill, he would rather die than abandon his expensive taste, no matter how many times he is robbed. In Russia, we call such men ATM.
Ja, dat wordt gewoon de saus van de opbeelding. Dan hoop ik dat het maar lekker naar beneden geven.
Okay, next stop, maintenance.
T-pieces before setting the build aside for a bit. For the next 20 pages, this assembly is ignored until at step number 67, it's time to add it to the main build. However, it seems as though there's a bit of miscommunication going on here, as the small box showing off the sub-build is conspicuously lacking the T-pieces added earlier. A big shout out to Cody for sending this one in, and if you've ever spotted a mistake in a LEGO set, send me a few HD images along with the set's name and a brief description to videos@spiffworks.com, and I may feature you in a future video. Now sometimes, mistakes only appear in a specific form of instructions. After all, LEGO offers instructions for almost all of its sets as a physical paper copy and as a free PDF download from their website. Additionally though, the LEGO Builder app has digital instructions for thousands of sets at your fingertips, again for free. I'll show you a particularly interesting
Hey, ik had een nieuwe haircut. Dat is nou
Are you in? You did not get sucked into a turbine. I knew you'd be fine. How likely is it I have two operations in the same way, huh? Now, we look for the vault. Maybe start in the central building. If you are considering using the cliff as an escape route, I have done some calculations and you would have a better chance of survival running directly at the bullets. You're in the area where Mr. Rubio's personal bodyguards operate. These men will know every soldier under their command. No disguise will fool them.
Let's go, we hebben de key.
Help me! Help him! Help
Die Guardian die kijkt altijd naar me toe. Precies wanneer hij niet uitkomt.
Good thinking. Always check the safe.
Hap, hap. Oh nee, dat dan daar heb ik gezien.
Okay, the fingerprint scanner. Time to break out the tool we borrowed from the head of cybersecurity. Remember, it picks up fragments of previous scans. You just have to cycle through them to match the target print. Do not give up on a locked door. Why not ask the guard nicely for the key? Success! Good. Now, into the elevator. Almost there. And here we are. Again. Now, how are your nerves? Steady? You will need them to be if you want to get into that bulletproof display case. Steady nerves and a plasma cutter. I promise I will not drink this when you get it back to the sub, unless you want. In which case, I will bring the caviar. Bad news. They have sealed the drainage pipe. You will need to look for another way out of there.
De enige car moet omdraaien. Deze. Deze overmaken, dan kan ik.
Heads up. Fresh cards inbound.
Eén kaart nog niet neerschieten, als je even kijkt naar de.
Just because you are fleeing the crime scene of the century does not mean there is no time for opportunistic theft, yes? You like?
Ik denk dat ik precies een mail van deze ook krijg. Ja, die zit net 1.3 in deze. Ik krijg precies een mail van de Criminal Master. De Elite Challenge. En dan ook de Drink krijg ik ook als het goed is. Dan krijg ik ook een mail, dus dan is het echt allemaal precies dat klopt.
Good work. The compound is behind us, and they still have no idea what's hit them. We are almost home. Just get out of there. The airstrip exit point should be on your radar. The water is full of attack boats. You will need to be careful. Well, judging from their comms, it sounds like Mr. Rubio is reaching for his helicopter. Again. You know, this time I think you may have broken him.
Heb ik het binnen een kwartier? Ik denk dat ik wel wat gedaan. Oh, ik heb wel al meer dan een mail. Was een fee toch niet zo hoog? Ja, oké, we hebben de Elite Challenge.
Interesting error found in the app later in this video, but first, you need to see the drastic error in the Malfoy Manor set, which was identified by a viewer named Jesse. Jesse sent in multiple images of their copy of the instructions. On step 148, we can see that we need to add 2 of these modified 1x2 plates to the window on the right. But when we turn the page, there are suddenly several missing pieces. Aside from the modified plates, we've also lost 5 1x2 jumper plates and a pair of headlight bricks with some sand green tiles attached. What's even weirder though is that now we're being told to attach 2 new sub-builds to nothing. It seems that this error specifically affected at least one full run of paper instructions for this set. However, this mistake was caught by LEGO at some point, because if you check the online instructions, you'll notice that this step now shows all of the blocks that it's supposed to. You see, oftentimes mistakes in paper instructions are corrected in later runs, or at least for the digital PDFs, but that's not always the case, and that's exactly what we can see in this submission from Hudson. In the third booklet for 2023's Ski and Climbing Center set, we get more than just a missing brick. We see an entire missing sub-build. Starting on step 345, we'll build the final floor of the climbing wall. This starts with simply adding these 2 elements before turning the page. Here, we need to build a small window before snapping it neatly into place. Well, once we flip over, the whole section that we just added is missing. As you can probably guess though, it reappears on the very next page and stays put for the rest of the build. Considering that LEGO has almost always had a very high reputation for quality control, these sorts of instruction mistakes are always a little surprising to find. But LEGO does often take steps to fix them when they notice, and that seems to be the case with this next submission from a fan named Oscar. While building the stable Dream Creatures set using the LEGO Builder app's instructions, they noticed an extremely subtle error. Fairly early on in the build, you'll need to put together this section of the attic. If you look very closely underneath the green 1x1 clips, you'll notice that the bricks that were there a moment ago have gone missing, leaving nothing to actually place these blocks onto. Unlike most of the other mistakes in this video, LEGO seems to have fixed this one across every type of instruction. This doesn't appear in the paper version or the online PDF, and when I checked the LEGO Builder app, the mistake was also fixed. It seems that this was just an error on the app, and LEGO is able to make adjustments to the app's instructions far more quickly than an online PDF or paper instructions, which actually means that Oscar here was extremely lucky to find this error. Now, while everything I've discussed so far has focused on bricks disappearing, sometimes ghost bricks simply pop into existence out of nowhere, and that's exactly what a viewer named Logan spotted. Let me show you, but first take 2 seconds to tap the like button below if you're enjoying this video. The large creative brick box is exactly as the name suggests, a large box of 790 bricks for you to get creative with. While most people buying these sets are typically just looking to pick up a bunch of bricks on a budget, these sets do typically include several small instruction booklets to get those creative juices flowing. This particular box came with instructions for 9 small builds, and the issue we're looking at can be found in the instructions for the small pink house. Overall, this is a very simple build with only 20 steps, but that actually makes the mistake stand out so much more. As we reach the end of the build, step 18 tells us to add 2 small bricks at the top of the house, but that's not the issue. Instead, take a look at the window. Specifically, notice that underneath the window is nothing but a pink brick sticking out. Turning the page to step 19, we're told to set down 3 2x2 green tiles and nothing more. But take a look at the window. It seems that 4 flowers have grown out of nowhere. At no point in the instructions are these flowers mentioned, and they stick around until the end of the build. On a positive note, these pieces are at least included in the package, so you don't have to worry about that. The exact opposite kind of error was spotted in the ice cream truck police chase by a fan named Renoir. On page 13 of the first instruction booklet, you'll need to build the ATM that the thieves are attempting to rob. On step 7, you're told to put the money in the box and close it up. Step 8 then tells you to grab a single 2x2 white plate, but the image just shows the same open box without any new white parts added. So where does it go? Luckily, the answer can be spotted on the very next page. Barely. Step number 9 shows that you'll need a light green 1x2 and a dark green 1x2 with clip, and tells you to put these on top of the now closed box. If you squint your eyes and look very carefully, you can see that the side of the white 2x2 from the previous step is underneath these 2 bricks. By the time we get to the image of the completed assembly, the piece is completely hidden. Now, the build can be finished without this particular.
Fuck is er aan de hand? What the fuck is er aan de hand, bro? Dat join story mode, dan gaan we gelijk. Join wel een invite only session.
Element, but there will be a small gap near the top of the ATM. With all this being said though, it does raise one big question. Is it possible that some of these weird steps are not actually mistakes, but rather strategic choices to help builders? To illustrate what I mean, you need to take a look at this submission from Brendan, which I find quite interesting. He found it in the AT-AT driver helmet set.
Oké, ik heb het geld al... Oh, wacht, mijn elite geld is dus al in de bank, maar... dat is toch man.
I used to wrestle in high school. I was gonna go pro. You mean wear sequin tights and take steroids and pretend to beat up guys with chairs while fat psychopaths cheer you on? Precisely. That is the dream. This is Vinewood Boulevard Radio.
Hey, I've been looking around the car wash and man, it's got strong potential, you know, strong potential. Check it out sometime, all right? Because if you want to do this, I want to do this.
Take a look at the large black tile in step 107 that disappears in step 108. It could be argued that in this set, the bricks that disappear actually make it easier to align the next set of bricks that need to be placed. The builder can align the studs of the gray piece with the tan round 2x2 plate. Of course, this beneficial effect may have actually just happened by sheer coincidence, if this in fact is just another random, unexpected error. But regardless, it is an interesting hypothesis to ponder. Would LEGO choose to make some bricks invisible for a step or two if it meant making the building process more clear? Personally, I think these are just random mistakes, at least for the vast majority of them. Thankfully, while these are errors with the content of LEGO instructions, none of them actually prevent you from finishing the build. However, sometimes the physical paper booklets can come with some pretty wild mistakes, which can make completing your set nearly impossible. Let me share one of the most extreme examples that I've seen. This one was sent in by Chase, who was nearly left unable to complete their copy of Jango Fett's starship. Deep into the set's second booklet, they finished step 694, only to see that the next page jumped straight to step 730. This massive step jump was then followed by 10 more pages, going from step 730 to 767, before starting over again at step 730. The missing pages were nowhere to be found, and if it weren't for LEGO's online instructions, Chase would have had to wait for a new copy to be sent through the mail from LEGO. I mean, his instruction booklet was literally missing over 30 steps, which would have made it very difficult to even complete the build. But you see, there are in fact a lot of other types of errors in LEGO sets that are identified by builders. To see them, click on this video right now. Also, be sure to click subscribe and the notification bell so you don't miss my next video coming very soon.
I'll shoot the gun.
Alright.
Okay. I gotta find the right gun. Hold on. Oh, marksman pistol. That was cool. Uh-oh, I don't feel good. I was very alerted by my position.
Take them motherfuckers out and let's go.
Sounds like you got some shit to deal with. Imani, can you track Johnny's position while our friend concentrate on not getting shot? On it.
Johnny is making some serious calls. Private pilot, private kill squad, you know the kind of thing.
Good to go reload. Oh, another.
You're through to your garage. You, need me to bring you a ride? I'll bring it by.
Geef toe, het is wel mooi gekleurd.
Hey, I'm at the studio. I was just for Drake. He wanna speak to Guns face to face. He head down to meet you now. Y'all gotta keep Johnny Guns alive, alright? Don't get me wrong. You see this motherfucker, you start shooting. Just don't put the final bullet in him yet.
Looks like Johnny's pulled up. You're coming up on him now.
Hey, this is it. I'm tired of chasing this motherfucker. Hey, get in here.
But it's not enough. And my patience has tried.
Hey, it sounds like some heavy shit. One way or another, this end right here.
There's one thing that
You got no idea who you fucking with. Don't nobody disrespect me and stay free. I got enough for all y'all. Come on. Whoa, shit.
Hey, is that it? Cause I don't hear nothing. But if that motherfucker's still alive, go get it.
Get the fucking hands off. Yo, Dre. Johnny.
Go
I got the chopper waiting. Let's go. Oh, shit!
Oh, no, okay, Yeah, gonna come around.
What the fuck did you just do? Oh, man, my car! Hey, what the fuck? What the fuck did you just do? Alright, take it easy.
$1 million! Wat kan je nog? Ik weet nog, ik heb het spel zo lang gespeeld en ik weet nog steeds niet wat je met JP kan. Maar hier hebben we het dan. $20 million. Let's go. Wel die groene dingen.
All right, we might be ready to move on this thing.
We hebben al best veel weer in onze nightclub zitten. Let's go to a public lobby en dan gaan we die even doen. Oh, dan eerst de bunker. Weet je wat? We doen eerst de bunker, want kunnen we een beetje zien hoeveel de sessie is.
My fight or flight kicked in very fast. GTA 5 modded free roam is hilarious, and let me tell you why. If you've been on my channel for a while, you probably have seen our GTA 5 modded races that we do. And at the beginning of the most recent one of those videos, we had a bit where we were messing around in free roam with some of the mods. And it honestly led to what I still believe to be the funniest clip on my channel. Guy pulls up to you and gets out of the car and looks like this. So this made us think to ourselves, why don't we just do a session where we play modded GTA 5 free roam? And that's exactly what we did, and it got chaotic.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm a monkey who just stole this car and not an Uber at all.
Oh God, he's not. Oh, we're driving off. No! So if you do enjoy this modded GTA 5 free roam video and you want to see more of it, make sure to leave a like on this video to let me know. That, and also if you are new to the channel or find yourself coming back on the regular and you aren't subscribed, why not? You're already coming back anyway. And one more thing before we get to the actual video, I just want to thank you all so much for purchasing merch if you did. Even if you didn't, thank you for checking it out and even considering it. So if you missed out on this specific merch drop, do not worry. There will be other stuff dropping down the line, I promise. But with all that being said, thank you so much for clicking on the video in the first place to check it out, and I hope you do enjoy the rest of it. Guess what character I spawned as, Puffer? No, but close. Exiting the club, I am backwards. What the fuck happened? Don't. Whatever you do, don't exit the door as Yoda going forwards. Puffer. Musician is back, he is. Oh, lightsaber. This will do.
No. Vinny, stop.
The council has decided. Just, bro, this guy dies every time. I just broke his leg for sure. Oh, you have the guitar for me. Big guitar I have. I like how it actually kind of fits him. I need you playing the bongos.
Hello, mate.
Yeah!
Hello, mates.
Cat, come join our Cantina band.
I'd rather die now with fire, thank you.
That's it. The band has broken up.
No!
Wait, what's the...
Was that the Lego sound?
Laten we eens kijken waar we moeten te leveren. Oh, want het is allemaal aan hetzelfde tempo. Hold the data? Ja, fuck. Delen. Hip, hip, hoor. Ik ga hartstikke dood of niet? Ja, ik ga hartstikke dood eigenlijk. Hey Joe, what's your name, bro? Shut that, watch out.
Look at that. All deliveries received. Now let's just hope they know how to use them, right?
¿Qué cosas?
Uh-oh. Goed, dus deze gewoon weer gewoon 100% populariteit. En dat we maar eruit. Motherfucker! Oh, er ruikt meer. Eens even om, man! Ik heb wel binnen een week nou. Amazing. In ieder geval laten we de goodies verkopen dan maar. Ik hoop dat er 1 drop op punt is, maar het zou wel.
Okay, well, this is what's known as a high-risk trade. Your buyer wants 3 separate drops, and they want you to know you're very likely to meet resistance somewhere along the way. Resistance? Yeesh! Thank God it's you out there, not...
Helaas niet beter.
Why, hello, how you doing? How can I help? I can get it scrambled for a minute.
Bus! Ah, ik dacht dat al staan. Gambler.
for some real excitement? Bet on the ponies at the Inside Track, the premier horse racing lounge at the Diamond Casino and Resort.
Yep. Oh. Build a thing. Okay.
Of a song, 25 damn minutes of the same damn bullshit you done heard before. Patchouli and nitrous, am I right?
I love camping and being in nature, like next to my car, 50,000 other people getting spiritual, sucking on balloons, Dr. A. And then when you wake up, you're in some people's tent and you have no idea what happened.
That's right. Spiritualness is all about wherever you get your core energy.
Yeah, yeah.
Getting the train in a campsite with absolute strangers while high on hallucinogens.
It's still hot as hell out there, but at least now we're on the offensive.
You calling for some wheels? I'm Johnny on the spot. I'll hook you up. I'll bring it to you.
Damn it. The GPS is all over the place. And it's not just the heat. The tech guys are telling me that this kind of interference is consistent with the signal jamming zone, one through multiple independent antennas. As long as they're operational, we can only give you an approximate search area for the van. If you can take the antennas down, we should be able to get a proper trace on the vehicle.
Well, my man.
These old funky motherfuckers. Hell is that?
If the Duggins have gone to the trouble of setting up the signal jamming network, you can bet they've gone to the... Be careful.
Oepsie, ik ben gewoon doodgevallen blijkbaar.
Hola! Greetings.
One step closer. Good.
Ik zat er ver van zitten. Dit is volgens mij gewoon de vet die we hebben. Oké, hij is er niet koken. Ik kan niet...
Good does it smell? Bourbon Mountain Will. Tex-Mex, I
In ieder geval, ik hoop dat je mag kijken. Ik heb heel erg van spelen.